Board members, welcome. Test, we'll try that again. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started. Apologize for the delay for our board members, for those in the audience with us, and for the public who are excitedly watching this online. Let's go ahead. First off, I want to thank for joining us our Utah Highway Patrol Trooper Shaw and Security Davin Booth. In case of an emergency, use the 2 west boardroom doors to enter the hallway, then use the north or south doors to exit the building. Let's go ahead and do a roll call. We'll begin with Member Bogus. Is here. Thank you. Member Bollinger. Here. Here. Member Booth. Here. Is here. Member Brenton.
Here.
Thank you. Online. Member Davis. Here. Here. Member Earl. Is on our way. Member Green is here. Member Hall. I saw him somewhere. Member Kelly. Here. Is here. Member Carey. Present. Is here. Member Lear. Is here. Member Longacre. Here. Here. Member Reel. Here. And Member Wood.
Yes.
Is here. Thank you. Okay, we will begin agenda item 1.1 with our Pledge of Allegiance. We've asked Member Booth to lead us in that. Thank you, Member Booth. We will now move into 1.2, our board member message, and turn time over to Member Kelly.
For our board member message today, I want to highlight a former student at Viewmont High School. His name is Ben Kerr, and if you have not had a chance to watch the documentary Stand Out, I'm gonna play the trailer for you. And I know you guys know that I'm a big wrestling guy, but this is much more than a wrestling documentary. It's the story of Ben is just phenomenal, and we'll play this trailer, and then I'll share some comments and some thoughts with you about my experience with Ben. So.
Many times in my life, just put my head down and try to hide.
Do you think this challenge that is yours came because God looked the other way for a minute? You know, people do a lot for someone to notice them. They act out just trying to get someone to pay attention to them. That's not your deal.
Local wrestler used his physical limitations to quit sports. Instead, he used it to his advantage.
Yeah, you belong on that podium. You gotta pay the price. He was at a fundamental disadvantage. But I'm gonna take a shot.
Is this something that I'm capable of?
I know what it feels like to not accomplish the goal. If you chew you up the rest of your life.
You make excuses. You can just chew the excuses up and swallow them. Then you look like Ben.
We'll never live an ordinary life. So make it extraordinary.
That's good. we have. I invited Ben to come and to share a message with the board, and Ben couldn't be here with us today, and the reason why is because Ben is in Spain doing a motivational speech, and Ben is one of the messages that he shares in his motivational speeches is to call your shot, and he's a big proponent of saying, setting a goal, putting it out there, saying this is what I want to do. But he said that his shot, he wants to be an international public speaker, and just recently he was able to book a few international speaking engagements, and this week he's in Spain giving a speech, and so I think it's just awesome to see Ben continually overcome obstacles. But I'll share a couple things with my experience with Ben in the documentary. They talk about his 3XS, and Ben will actually mention that in a message that he sent me for our board. But the 3XSC was 3-time state champion, and he put that on his letterman's jacket before he had ever won one state title. Okay, and he was calling his shot. I'm going to be a 3-time state champion. Well, his junior year, he went up a weight class, and he happened to go up into the weight class where I had a wrestler that was one of the top-ranked kids in the state. And so in the documentary, they kind of talk about his, that junior year, and how he went up a weight class to make his team better, but really made it tougher for him to win that second state title. And he wrestled in the finals of that state championship year. He wrestled one of my athletes from Orem High School, and so I was in the opposing corner of Ben. So I could have, done a better job. If I could have done a better job, I maybe could have, put a damper in that 3-time state champion. But Ben was he was a great athlete, very determined. And to be honest with you, my athlete was scared to death to wrestle Ben. So I didn't think we were going to get it done, and we did not. Ben goes on to wrestle at Utah Valley University. And the story there is amazing as well. And then there's a story of him and his family getting married, and then their process of they had to adopt kids, and the story just has so many levels to it, and it's just amazing. But I did ask Ben to send us a message, and so Ben recorded a short message for our board, and I'll just end with that, with playing of that message from Ben to our board. So, yeah.
Guys, I'm so grateful to leave a small message for you that would absolutely change my life, from someone who was a teacher in my school at Beaumont High School. Being a part of the board, you guys know that you represent the educators, you represent the people that are putting principles and values and teachings in place. But why? Why is it that we go and we teach and we impact? We do it because we leave a mark on people's lives for good. There was a moment in my life that would absolutely be changed because of my teacher, Jill Haslam, in Beaumont High School. The funny thing is, I don't really remember what subject she taught, and that's the important part. Because 25 years later, I would remember these moments still. I had a big goal to be a 3-time state champion wrestler, first time ever it would happen in my high school. But I would get some attention of the news, the media, and they would put a little piece on TV about me and how my face looked different, and it made me just look like a monster, right? Someone who just didn't deserve to even be on the map. The next day, I didn't even want to show up to school. But as I did, and as my goal was to be a 3-time state champion, I sat in class just devastated that anybody may have seen the news the night before. And Miss Haslam, as I was sitting in class, rolled open the whiteboard, and up on the whiteboard it said 3XSC, which stood for my goal, 3-time state champion. And she looked at me in front of everyone. She said, "Ben, I saw the news last night." And I was so devastated in that moment to see what she would say next. And she said, "I just want to tell you that we are really proud of you. Go get your goal." Remember, I don't even recall what subject she taught me. I do recall how she treated me. Every single teacher is there to teach principles and values of excellence, of going after your dreams. And that might be through sports. It might be through extracurricular activities outside of school. But it all comes back to going after dreams. Miss Haslam absolutely is a part of my life because she was exactly doing just that, supporting my dreams. Hopefully, on the board, you guys are talking about things that are helping students go after their dreams. You will be remembered 30, 25, 20 years later as a teacher when you are helping students do exactly that. The principles and values taught from her changed my life. Not the arithmetic, not whatever she taught that day. It was how she treated me in front of other people and the relationship we had like that. I'm grateful for the Miss Haslam's in my life, and I'm grateful for people like you who support people like Miss Haslam that make a true impact on people like me. Thank you guys. Thanks for supporting. Thanks for absolutely backing those type of principles and values. God bless.
Now, I told Matt that I was going to show him my socks. I'm not going to take my shoes off and show you my socks, but Ben gave me a pair of standout socks, and so I'm wearing his standout, and on there it says call your shot, and some of the other phrases. You saw his hat that he's wearing. His hat says disobey average, and he's a young man that exemplifies excellence and shooting for the stars and trying to be the best, and so I wanted to echo Ben's message and hope that we as a board are looking for opportunities for our students to shoot and disobey average and to be excellent. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Kelly. Pretty inspiring. Great that you got a video from Ben. Happy to see that, and one of our own, huh? Viewmont High School. Wonderful. Okay. Well, thank you again. With that, let's move to 1.3 employee recognition, and you'll notice that Superintendent Hart is excused today. We have with us sitting at the table Deputy Superintendent Voorhees, and so we're going to turn time over to her for this recognition.
Thank you, Chair Leah Voorhees, Deputy Superintendent. I'm very excited to have the opportunity to introduce you to Ashley Pistello. No? Oh, I'm really excited to introduce you to Sage Bowman. But that is not the information that I got in front of me. Sorry. So, Sage, please come forward. Okay, so thank you. We are very lucky to have Sage as one of our CTE specialists. And we are lucky to have the CTE team that we do at USBE. And the work that our CTE team does for the state and Sage specifically for the coordination, let me just identify the amount of different types of work that Sage is responsible for. So the CTE specialists have to coordinate all of the work that the LEAs do with your rules, with statute, with all of the funding that comes in both federally and from the state, and with the endorsements that go along with our educator licenses and with one another. So there is a variety of work that needs to be done. And the coordination has led to this nomination because so many different plates have to be balanced at the same time and coordinated and done with professionalism, with courtesy, and here's the really important word, with passion. And so we are very grateful and excited to introduce you to Sage and to the work that she and her team are able to accomplish. And specifically, this nomination had to do with teamwork. So that's why it came to us. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to introduce you to her, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Sage.
So Sage is going to be awarded, if she hasn't been already, Sherry probably has already taken care of it, but with the parking space right up front for the month, and a stipend, and also a USBE water bottle. So, oh, and the very cherished certificate, which I'll just tell you, I have one that is a decade old from Superintendent Dixon that I still hold on to. So, yes. So thank you so much, Sage.
Thank you, Sage. Appreciate it. Thank you. Leah, let's move to our student artwork acknowledgement.
All right. So we are lucky today to be able Okay, so we're going to learn about the artwork today from Liz.
Hello, friends. I'm your K-12 Fine Arts Specialist, Liz Bunker, and it is my absolute most exciting day of the year to present to you the All-State High School Art Show from the Springville Museum of Art. Quite the little mouthful. This is the 54th annual of this high school art show. And about 15 years ago, former Superintendent Sid Dixon started this program where a small amount of funds were allocated for board members to come and select pieces from the show and join our USBE permanent collection, which is very exciting. So this year's work, themes include focus on joy, reflection, and resilience, portrayed not as a passive state of optimism, but as an active, courageous choice to transform personal anxieties and historical hardships into meaningful growth and purposeful connection. This is a really incredible collection this year. We have 8 pieces total, which is very exciting. One thing that I need to mention is that the All-State High School Art Show is due in part to the POPS program. Springville is one of our 15 POPS organizations, and the POPS funding directly supports the art show. So this is one of yours, which is very exciting, one of our programs. So the most exciting part is to hear actually from our students, though. So I am going to call up, we have 5 different student artists here today to share their artworks. So we're going to start over here on the right-hand side by Member Hall. And the very top piece right here, it's not with us here in person because it was selected to go to the Senate in DC to represent the state of Utah. So it's on loan to the US Senate for 1 year. It is ours, though. It will come back and hang in our beautiful boardroom. So this is Sadie Henderson. The title is Emerald Lens. It is acrylic on board, and it's a big piece too. Once we finally get it in our clutches, you'll see it's very detailed and gorgeous. So Sadie's statement, Sadie's from Harriman High School. So she said, Emerald Lens, a painting inspired by the style of Norman Rockwell, centers on my grandma's china cabinet, filled with Depression glass, that holds both nostalgia and beauty. During the Great Depression, this glass was made to help stimulate the economy and spark a little joy in bleak times. The glass carries stories of survival, optimism, and resilience. We often hear the phrase, viewing life through rose-colored glasses, to convey optimism that fails to notice the negative. In this painting, I wanted to portray looking at hard times through a new lens, not a lens of unrealistic optimism, but with hope and action. True optimism requires responsibility. When hope and action work together, they can create meaningful good in the world. So that is Sadie's gorgeous piece. She could not join us today, but we will enjoy it when we get it back in a year from now from the Senate building. So very exciting. So next we have Victoria Gao. So I had a little reproduction of her piece because she actually had her piece at the PTA statewide show. Victoria, do you want to come join me? Thank you.
Can you clarify? Is it Veronica
Oh,
or
I was
Victoria?
going to go around the other way. Sorry.
I just want to get the name correct. Is it Veronica?
Veronica. Yes.
Veronica?
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Come on up, Veronica. Sorry, my slides might be funky. Ryan, can we go to Veronica? Here, come right here by this podium. There we go. Okay, Veronica, please tell about your piece.
Hi there, I'm Veronica. I have my artist statement. Okay, perfect. This is my artist statement. Just as birds have their flocks, so do we. Though our human flock comes in all different shapes and sizes, it is, like theirs, a community meant for support and trust. We rely on each other, we welcome each other, and we accept each other just the way we are. The birds in my piece represent our human flock. Although we may look different or speak different languages or come from different backgrounds, we are really just birds of a feather. In spite of all of our differences, we are all human underneath and we belong.
Awesome. Thank you, Veronica. Good job. Good job. Thank you. Okay. Next I have, let's see, Audrey Hatch, who could not be here with us today. Sorry, Ryan. I really made Ryan's job super difficult today. Okay, so Audrey's piece is titled 17. It's right behind Member Booth here. It's oil on canvas, and Audrey's from Logan High School. So this still life portrait is a reflection of me and how my past has helped shape me into who I am today. In this work, 16 mirrors are present, representing the years of my past, with the main figures representing this year, 17. Many significant personal objects have also appeared between the years. How does our past shape us into present-day selves? It's up to personal reflection. I think we all ask big questions every day. Who am I? Who would I like to be? And while I believe our past is our foundation, we have the freedom to go anywhere we want with where we have been. This painting is what I've been through. This painting is who I am. Beautiful piece. So thank you to Audrey. Okay, can we go to the next piece that's on this side of the lake? So I don't have names in front of me because I had it. Okay, Caitlin Neverner, come on up.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Evner, and this. Okay, perfect. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm Caitlin Evner, and this art piece is about pure bliss and how surrounding yourself with people who bring you joy can change your life. It's about the meaning of life and finding joy. So yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm going to give you a reason as why I'm dancing microphones here. Is the camera will point on you when your microphone is on. So make sure you hit that button when you get up there.
I was curious, Caitlin, which lake this was. A lot of people are asking. Which lake is this?
Oh, that's in the Philippines.
Even better. Amazing. Okay, Ryan, just go to whatever next one has a just wait, yes, since my slides are messy. Okay, we'll have Audrey Foreman come up.
Hello, my name is Audrey Foreman.
Got it.
I am from Timpanogos High School, and my artist statement is I have an intense childhood memory of going to release lanterns as a family one summer. The summer was where the lanterns were all lifted up at the same time like glowing stars. It thrilled me. My mosaic represents that memory, but it also connects to my present anxieties about growing up. I often feel swarmed by stresses such as expectations in school or family that pierce me like sharp red leaves. It feels like if I were to reach up, I can escape them and grasp at the warmth of success, like the sky lanterns as you see in my mosaic. This piece ultimately captures my attempts to overcome the personal anxieties that dominate my life as a teenager, but were not there as a child. Yeah. Thank you.
And Audrey's mother / art teacher is here. Joylyn Foreman, if you want to just give a wave. Very fabulous mosaic artist and arts educator here in Utah. So let's give her a shout out. Okay, Ryan, next one.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is Sage. Come on up.
Hey. Well, hi you guys. My name's Sage Ivory. My painting is called Always Second Place. And unfortunately, while filling out the painting, I did not put in a statement. So I will be giving a rough summary of my piece. Why it's called Always Second Place is because I wanted to do a painting on the human experience of trying really hard and putting everything you have out there and ending up in second place. But it's not until you finally let go of comparing yourself to everyone else until you start to see the self-improvement. Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much.
So, hi, I'm Enzo Imlay. I'm from Mountain Ridge High School. My piece is A Frozen Memory, and the art statement is this image captures a powerful moment when two dancers are suspended between trust and flight, their bodies communicating where words cannot. The darkness around them isolates the movement, making every line and gesture feel both fragile and fierce. It is a celebration of connection, strength, and the way that dance becomes a story without words. Thank you.
Okay, and we have one more piece behind member Lear here from Peyton Edwards, who couldn't be here today. This piece is titled Orchestra, and Peyton's from Uinta High School. Short and sweet. I created this piece to share my love for music. I fell in love with this piece. I hope the people who view this piece grow to love it just as much as I do. And then Ryan, there should be one last slide. We have an honorable mention. All the way, okay. I added it today, so it didn't make it on the slideshow. Okay. A huge thank you to all the parents who took time and families to bring students here today. And this is just one of the most special days for me to get to, play gallery, gallerista for a day. So just a huge thank you to the POPs program. We actually have Allison Pinnaker from Springville Museum of Art here today, who was instrumental in organizing the art show. It's a really big show for the museum, and we're really grateful to her and all of our POPs partners. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We have a question or comment from Member Booth.
I just wanted to express gratitude to these amazing student artists. As I go each year, and other members of the board are there with me, and we have a chance to preview the art before the show actually opens, it is mind-blowing to see the incredible spectrum of both art styles and mediums, but most importantly, it's amazing to see how much our students are thinking and infusing their incredible creative work with deep and thoughtful consideration of lots of challenges and experiences that they are a part of in their daily lives. We are inspired, and this is just representative of hundreds of students who have submitted to this art show. And I want to encourage all of the members of our board to get up close to these pieces. Look, for example, at our mosaic. The detail of that work and all of these works is monumental. And to see our students creating at this level is inspiring and thrilling, and I'm so proud of them, and I'm grateful for how it engages me in the process of thinking and considering life and the challenges of life in today's world. I believe we're in good hands with the tremendous artists that are represented here today, and I'm just eager to sit back and be amazed at all they can produce over the next many years of artistic endeavor. Thank you for being here today. Thanks to the parents, to the teachers, but most especially to our incredible students that are doing great things and making us proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Davis?
I think I have gone to this museum to pick this art every single year. Maybe I've missed one. I'm not sure. But I will prioritize this. I will rearrange work appointments. I will do almost anything to get to this one thing. And I would say, board members, at least one time during your tenure on the board, see if you can go, because it is this time to carve out to see things through the eyes of the students that we serve on the board, but then to read these pieces, these written pieces that go with the art, to get into their heads and their hearts, and just to remind ourselves about these students that we're serving that sometimes seem like numbers to us, and big overarching 1,000-foot level policies are just like real individuals. And I want to point out one thing about this picture. You can't see it very well, but the thing that I loved so much about it, this is the one that's in DC. The newspaper that the dad is reading behind, it says billions lost as stocks crash. And the thing that I love so much about it is that the children are totally oblivious. And you get the sense that the adults are carrying these very heavy weights to allow the children to be children. And that's so much of what we want and are trying to do as policymakers, as board members, as legislators, even as parents and teachers and principals. We can carry those heavy weights so that the children can be children. So thanks.
Thank you. Board members, if it's okay, we had a lot of students representing some wonderful areas. I would love for them to come forward. Let's take 5 to 7 minutes, get some pictures with them in front of their artwork. Parents, please join whatever we can, but let's take a few minutes if that's okay. And I saw the slide, it didn't come up, but Marley, I have to mention it, Marley Harrington from Grantsville, she's in my area. I need some pictures, but anyway, let's take a few minutes if we can, board members. Thank you. Students, come forward, please.
Podium test, testing 1, 2, 3. Podium test, testing 1, 2, 3.
For the artists and their parents, we'd like to get one picture out in the hall with all of you together. So if you can gather just out in the hall, right on the other side of this wall here. Thank you. Board members, let's go ahead and take our seats. We'll get ready for agenda item 2. This is our public comment. So let's get back in our seats. Maybe I need to do a hall run. All right. Jerry, we good? Okay. Before we begin calling on our public comments, I want to just read the disclaimer that we do every time, just as a reminder. I know that those who sign up for public comment see this, but I want to just put this in front of us. It says the public may sign up to share public comments at publiccomment@schools.utah.gov. The public may send written public comments to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. A comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional, and keep comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, submit such material in writing to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. With that, we will first invite up Sandra Buendia, and then Lexi Cunningham will be after that. Sandra, if you'll push that little button on the, there you go.
My goodness.
And there you go.
Oh, thank you. And I'm farsighted, so it's kind of like awesome. Thank you. Esteemed members of the Utah State Board of Education, my name is Sandra Buendia. I was an educator for 37 years, 27 of those years serving in Salt Lake City School District students and families. In July 2024, I unknowingly provided inaccurate testimony during an employment hearing. I was assigned the most severe consequence available, termination and a referral to UPAC with a recommendation to suspend my professional license. UPAC heeded the recommendation and suspended my license for 2 years. I take responsibility for my error. At the same time, it is important to understand that this single incident occurred within the context of an otherwise discipline-free career, defined by dedication, ethical service, and meaningful contributions across multiple states and multiple school districts. I respect the importance of accountability. However, my experience with UPAC has raised serious concerns for me about fairness, consistency, and due process. Once referred to UPAC, I was placed under investigation without being provided key information such as the referral itself, the evidence being used, or an opportunity to respond early in the process. My professional license was flagged immediately, effectively preventing me from continuing my career while the investigation was still underway. Ultimately, without access to legal representation, I was forced to sign a consent to discipline form. This experience has been deeply difficult both professionally and personally. It also opened my eyes to the gaps in how educator discipline is handled, particularly around transparency, consistency, and due process protections. My experience has shown me that we can and must do better in balancing accountability with fundamental fairness. Thank you.
Thank you. Lexi Cunningham, and then after Lexi, we've got Ben Jameson.
Good morning, members of the board. What a great morning to be here. Board Member Kelly, that was a wonderful board member message, very inspiring, and all the student artwork. I'm so glad I came this morning and celebrating all the great things in education. I'm here to talk about an agenda item that you will be speaking to later today. It's item 3.5, R277-406, early learning programs and assessments. USSA understands that funding this program was defunded, or this test was defunded during the 2026 session. We are very clear that you had asked for funding and it wasn't funding. As you discuss the item today, if it's possible to fund the Acadience testing for next year, that would be wonderful. I don't know if that is a possibility, but if it isn't, we would recommend that the language in the R277-406, that we strike out the language that says that LEAs will pay for the testing. making a decision in May to have LEAs pay for and assume the cost of testing for Acadians going into next year. While our LEAs are negotiating with teachers, they're finalizing their budgets. We just don't think that this is a good message to send to LEAs. We are happy to partner with you if we have to find a funding source, if we need to go back to the legislature, we will work with you. But we just request that we not ask our LEAs to fund this testing next year if you are unable to fund it. So thank you for all that you do. You have a busy agenda. We appreciate all of the work that you do, and we do want to partner with you on this if we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Lexi. Next, we have Ben Jameson, and then we will hear from Cammie Whitchurch.
Good morning, members of the Board of Education. My name is Ben Jameson, and I'm the president of the Utah Association of Assessment Directors. I'm accompanied by my esteemed colleague and past president, Adam McMickle. Our association represents assessment directors from LEAs serving approximately 70% of Utah's K-12 students. We are here today to express concern regarding the early numeracy testing mandate, which went unfunded during the 2026 general legislative session. While our association strongly supports early mathematics assessment, we respectfully urge the board to waive the requirement as currently stated in board rule for this coming year, rather than passing the proposed amendment that would shift the cost of this state-mandated assessment to local districts. We believe the board has the clear prerogative to grant this waiver based on current statute and board rule. Utah Code 53E-4-307.5 states that the board may approve a benchmark assessment. It does not mandate it regardless of funding. Furthermore, R277-406-4 subsection 1 explicitly states this requirement is subject to legislative appropriations. Since the legislature did not appropriate these funds, it is our reading that the mandate is not currently in force. To our knowledge, there is no precedent for LEAs assuming the cost of a state mandated assessment system. Forcing districts to cover these costs will have direct negative consequences. At the LEA level, budgets for the 26-27 school year are already set, and funding has been allocated to meet the needs of our communities. Every dollar spent on state-mandated assessment is a dollar that has already been allocated to support classroom instruction and teacher compensation. This unfunded mandate disproportionately harms our rural and less affluent districts who will be forced to make painful cuts to essential programs to comply. We ask that you respect local budgeting priorities and not allow this unfunded mandate to compromise our efforts to serve Utah's children. Thank you for your support of schools.
Thank you. Cammie Whitchurch, and following Cammie, we'll hear from Regina Harris.
Good morning, Chair Hymas and board members. My name is Cammie Whitchurch, and I am the president-elect at Utah PTA. As I have shared with the board many times before, Utah PTA's mission is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. Next week, Utah PTA will hold our annual convention for PTA leaders across the state, and our theme this year is Together We Lead. For me, this theme not only reflects PTA's mission, but also highlights something we know is essential for our student success: strong family-school partnerships. When families, educators, and communities work together, students benefit academically, socially, and emotionally. Our convention theme reminds us that leadership is not something schools do alone. It happens when parents, teachers, administrators, and community leaders come together with a shared commitment to students. We hope to continue to strengthen and nurture these partnerships with our PTA leaders in schools throughout the coming year. Also this year at convention, Utah PTA will present the Friend of Children Award to Dr. Sydney Dixon in recognition of her years of service and dedication to Utah's children and families. And we would like to invite board members to join us as our guests for that award presentation. We would be honored to have you there to celebrate Dr. Dixon, and I have emailed information on that as well, and information on if you want to join our convention. And a little plug for our convention, we will have our reflections art winners there, and Veronica is one of those winners, and she also won an award of excellence at the national level. So it's really neat to see what these students are doing and accomplishing through programs that we provide. Thank you for your time, thank you for your service, and we hope to see you next week at our convention.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Regina Harris, and following Regina, we will have Catherine Clark. One more time. I apologize. I think it was left on and you turned it off. There you go.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Regina Harris, and I'm a parent from Riverton with a student at Bingham High School. I'm here today because I recently learned that my daughter cannot complete driver's education unless a parent attends a mandatory meeting. I want to be clear, I support driver safety, I support parental involvement, and I appreciate the goal behind these programs. But I do not believe a student's ability to complete driver's ed should depend on whether an adult can attend a scheduled presentation. Right now, a student can complete the coursework, pass the tests, complete the required driving hours, and demonstrate responsibility and competency, and still be blocked from completion because another person's schedule. But it's not measuring the student's readiness to drive, it is measuring the logistical circumstances of their household. And what concerns me is that Utah policy already recognizes family logistics and barriers can impact students in Rule R277607, for example. I would like to ask the board to apply that same practical thinking here. I understand there is also a virtual option. However, parents are still required to remain actively present for the full session under moderator supervision, and participation can be terminated if a parent steps away. So while the format is virtual, the logistical burdens remain essentially the same. Not every family has the same flexibility. Parents work nights, some are single parents, some have childcare obligations, transportation limitations, disabilities, or complicated custody situations. Some students may not even have reliable parental involvement available to them. And respectfully, parents do not all need the state to tell them how to parent in order to raise safe drivers. Most of us are already deeply involved in teaching our children responsibility, accountability, and safety every single day. In my own case, I previously drove professionally for work and have attended many safety and driver education programs. I have a intensive thing set up for my daughter to do that. Running out of time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Regina. Next, we have Catherine Clark.
Hello, Utah State Board of Education members. My name is Catherine Clark, and I am a Utah educator who has taught 4th, 5th, and 6th grades. I am currently serving as the assessment director at my school, and I'm the math and science specialist. In addition, I serve as a member at large on the Assessment and Accountability and Policy Advisory Committee, otherwise known as APAC, for you all, by your approval. You will be voting on how to proceed with the legislative mandate for an early mathematics assessment for the students of Utah. I watched the discussion about the current assessment, Acadience Math, during the Standards and Assessment Committee meeting on April 3rd, 2026. I would like to share some information that was not discussed at that meeting. In the presentation about Acadience Math data, it was shown that Utah student scores improved for students at or above benchmark on the Acadience Math test for every grade over the last 5 years. It is important to note that this finding is not surprising. When a group has a specific goal, they often train towards that goal and improve performance along the way. Utah students have trained for the Acadience goal, but it does not necessarily represent an improvement in mathematical understanding or skills. One committee member asked what the assessment was measuring, and it was noted that the assessment is not directly aligned to Utah standards, current or future, but focused generally on early math skills. The skills that are measured are very targeted and, while not inappropriate, do not present a full picture of what a student knows and can do mathematically. The presentation also showed that students who were well below benchmark were not making similar progress as those at or above. When asked if USBE staff knew why the answer was unknown, the answer was, it is unknown. It is problematic that we should continue with an assessment that does not assist teachers in understanding students' mathematical understanding. The reason for this issue is found in the structure and administration of the Acadience math test. As a time test, the assessment is developmentally inappropriate, particularly for our kindergarten and first grade students, and has problematic structures for all grades, kindergarten through third. The problems include developmentally inappropriate mathematical representations, ineffective, inconclusive scoring rules, and anxiety-producing practices. I urge you not to make a long-term commitment to Acadience math as the state Utah mandated early assessment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you to all those who participated in public comment today. With that, board members, let's move on to our next agenda item. This is agenda item 3, our Standards and Assessment Committee report. And with that, we will see if Chair Earl, you want to take a, I mean, we just came back from a break, but if you need a break, let's take 5 minutes. All right. That'll give Jerry time to move the podium. Take your time, Jerry. There is some fruit in the back, board members, if you need to get that brain going. Welcome back, board members. Let's go ahead and again jump back into agenda item 3. This is our Standards and Assessment Committee report, and we'll turn time over to Chair Earl.
Good morning. The first 3 items on our list are continuations. So the first one is R277607, Absenteeism and Truancy Prevention Amendment and Continuation. And just to note, this actually is in Finance Committee, but because of the need to continue this prior to a deadline, we needed to do that, and then we will continue to amend or update according to the laws. We just didn't have time to do that prior for this needing to be done. So that's what this is here. So the motion, did I read the motion? The motion before the board is that the board approve R277607, Absenteeism and Truancy Prevention, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-607, Absenteeism and Truancy Prevention, Draft 1 on second and final reading. Member Carey?
I just have a question, and I wrote staff early this morning, and probably not enough time to respond, but if there's someone here that could address lines 43 and 44 in the rule, and that specifically says habitual truancy is triggered. I guess I have 2 questions. Line 38 says habitual truancy means the same as defined in 53G 8 to 11. A school-age child who fails to cooperate with efforts on the part of school authorities to resolve the school-age child's attendance problem. So I have 2 questions. One, so if the child's not cooperating, it's triggered, or if the parents of the child is not cooperating, it's triggered? Because line 38 and 39 specifically says a school-age child who, but when you jump down to lines 43 and 44, on the part of school authorities to resolve the school-age child's attendance problem. So is it the child who's responsible for cooperating with law enforcement? And my second question would be, it says that this duty to cooperate is required under Code 53G-6-206. When I looked at that law, I did not see that provision in code requiring this mandatory compliance of a child. So are we saying that a 6-year-old or 7-year-old has the wherewithal to cooperate with law enforcement? So those are my questions.
Thank you, Member Carey. I do believe in line 40, it does set it at 12. I mean, this doesn't answer your question, but it's 12 years old is in grade 7 above. So is that's part of
thank you. Yeah. So I guess the 12-year-old would have that capacity to interface with law enforcement without parental advice, supervision.
Okay, I'm not sure. Chair Earl, was that discussed? I'm not sure if that was discussed or if this is a new question.
Hey, can I just create some clarity? I think the question's appropriate, but just so Board Member Carey knows, it's actually in committee tomorrow. This is just a continuation. We knew there were going to need to be recommendations, but I don't know if you want to bring that to Elise or does that make sense?
Yeah, no,
Cindy, because we're doing it tomorrow, but does that?
It does. Thank you, Board Member Earl.
Yeah.
With that, I thought this was up now, but because it still hasn't gone through the process, I can understand why no one's running up to the microphone now. So
if you don't mind, would you mind sending those with someone for committee tomorrow to get those addressed? Is
100%.
I guess the question.
Yeah. And I withdraw the question. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board Member Earl.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So the motion before the board then, and let's offer clarity here. So the motion for the board is that the board approve R277-607, Absenteeism and Truancy Prevention, Draft 1 on second and final reading. And then it is going to be in Finance Committee tomorrow for additional conversation or questions or changes. Is that, Chair Earl, is that correct?
That is accurate, and that's why we did not make any changes. There's also legislation that made changes. Those are all going to be addressed tomorrow in Finance Committee. So if there's additional recommendations any board member has, that would be a good spot to move those forward.
Member Carey.
Just a point of information, Chair. So I'm assuming that the reason we're voting on it today is that the continuation would expire if we waited till the June board meeting?
That's correct.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Okay. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and tee this up for us to vote. Again, the motion before us is that the board approve R277-607, absenteeism and truancy prevention, draft 1 on second and final reading. Chair Earl, I see your light, but is it for the next item? Okay, let's go ahead and vote then. And I've got Member Brinton.
Yes.
And thank you, Member Brinton. Vice Chair Wood.
Yes.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That passes 13 in favor, 2 opposed, those opposed coming from Member Bogus and Member Kelly. Back to you, Chair Earl.
Our second item is R277925, Effective Teachers in High Poverty Schools Incentive. And just a little bit of information about this is also continuation. But the reason for the recommended action, while additional funding, one-time funding was allocated during the 2026 legislative session, no changes were made to the program, and we're just recommending this for continuation. There's no significant changes. So the motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277925, Effective Teachers in High Poverty Schools Incentive Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. So the motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-925, Effective Teachers in High Poverty Schools Incentive Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. Member
Brinton's
Brinton?
a yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair
Yes.
Wood? Is yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Earl.
Okay, the third item is we're on 3.4, R277727, School Meals Program Continuation. Once again, the reason for this is a continuation. And make sure the rule does not expire. Let me read the motion for the board. The motion is that the board continue R277727 School Meals Program.
Thank you. The motion before the board then is that the board continue R277-727 School Meals Program. Member Davis?
Oh, just a quick question. With all the funding for the school meals that the legislature did this last session, does that impact our rules, or how do we incorporate or not? Or does it, we don't need to take that into account in any of these formulas?
I'm not sure where that question would be directed to, if that's to the chair of that committee, or if we want to.
I'll find out offline. If it's just,
Okay.
if we're good to move forward, we can move forward with this. I'm just wondering if at some point we're going to need to start adjusting formulas and things with the different bits of funding that are coming from the state.
Sure. Okay. So the motion before the board then is that the board continue R277-727 School Meals Program. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Brinton?
Brinton's a yes. Yeah.
Got it.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, you're good. And Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Earl.
Thank you. Our next item is R277406, Early Learning Program and Benchmark Assessments. So the motion before the board is that the board approve R277406, Early Learning Program and Benchmark Assessments, Draft 2 on second and final reading. And I'm waiting for someone with an amendment, or I can make it.
So let me restate the motion and we'll go from there. The motion that came out of committee is that the board approve R277-406, Early Learning Program and Benchmark Assessments, Draft 2 on second and final reading. Member or Vice Chair Bollinger?
Thank you, Chair.
I had a chance to listen to the discussion that the committee had, and I do appreciate it. And we've heard in public comment, and I know we've also received several emails regarding this concern of an unfunded mandate for districts. And I also share that same concern. In code, it does talk about what an assessment could and should look like for mathematics. But there's also a provision that allows us to not mandate it if it's not funded. And that's something that I do think that is important to have that information so we can identify early needs of students. And so with that, this is a little bit more complicated than I thought it was going to be, because I was going to make an amendment to just change a shall to a may, meaning that the districts may provide it if it's not funded. But within the rule, and I appreciate Deputy Superintendent Newey helping me realize that throughout the draft of our rule, it does require reporting of math assessments. So if we're going to say they may, but then we require everybody to report something, it kind of conflicts with that. So I have a couple of options here. Typically, we don't put new drafts in this late. So I could there would be 7 motions. It does add in just one word into a few different lines, or Deputy Superintendent Newey helped upload a new draft so you can see it in context. So I could also look at moving the draft. So I don't know if we can take just a saunter for 5 minutes to read through that, or if you want me to just make each individual motion. I'm happy to do either.
I don't know, Member Earl? Okay, let me get your mic going.
Yeah, are we uploading a draft 3? Is that what I'm understanding? Okay, it is there. Okay, I must need to reload that. Just a little bit of, while people are looking at that, little bit of background. Since we moved draft 2 last month, we've gotten significant feedback, as well as I know a lot of you have reached out to both educators as well as superintendents. And the feedback I received personally was some wanted to continue, others said there were other possibilities, but the concern was over the mandated piece. We don't get consistent data is what's going to happen, which that's maybe the consequences of not being able to have something fully funded. I do want to make the public aware that the USBE we are looking at funding a portion of this, at least for 1 year. And so I'm not sure exactly that we have the exact numbers on that yet, but there is a portion of it, which would be the manual entry that we're looking at being able to cover those that are interested. So if we do end up doing the May and that passes, just being aware that we're going to try to help where we can to assist with some of those costs. So just kind of an FYI, if people wanted to, I don't know if you still want to saunter for a minute or whatever. So, okay.
Yeah, let me just offer some clarity here. I'm hesitant to do a saunter. If the board wants to saunter, that's great, right? The board has the ability to do whatever they want. If a board member pushes a draft that nobody has seen, quite frankly, that's the prerogative of the board member. And if the board wants to saunter, we can vote on sauntering. After hearing from Member Bollinger, she doesn't believe that that's necessary. She is queued up next in line. I also have Member Longacre and Member Carey. So I'm going to go back to Member Bollinger and then turn time over to Longacre and Carey if they still have questions or comments.
Thank you, Chair. And talking to the chair, I mean, we do try not to move whole drafts in full board, so I do want to respect that. It was more of just being able to see it in context. So I'm going to go ahead and attempt to do it in a motion that's more simplified than 7 different motions, but you could see it in context in a draft. So I want to be respectful of that. So my motion is on line.
Would it be helpful to pull up? We're not going to move draft 3, but you are looking at this will help with
Yes.
context. Is that
Sure.
Is that appropriate for staff to pull that up?
Yeah, so if we look at it in context, and then we'll make sure it's in a motion.
Oh, you know what?
So if we go down to lines 110. Section 4.
She can just move a series of motions.
Oh, right there. So it would be to add may administer the benchmark, which makes it so it's not mandatory. It's yeah. Do we have a lined draft? It's in green. Anything in green is the new, if that helps. Yeah. Okay, so it would be the add in may administer the benchmark. And then if we slide down, it adds in on this part where we would add if administered. So again, we don't want to require reporting if it's not administered. And then on that section, oh, wait, go back up. Yeah, a few more of the if administered after the for mathematics. That's on each of those. And then if we slide down, again, it would add in if administered, and then it would delete in the absence of sufficient legislative appropriations, and LEA shall assume financial responsibility for the administration of the benchmark mathematics assessment. So we'll have to get that queued into a motion with the correct lines so it can match draft 2.
Okay, so for process sake, let's figure this out here. We have a motion that you want to put forth without line numbers. It's always easier with line numbers. And so we see that your 7 different motions really, from what I'm understanding, is just, 6 of the motions are the same. You're just putting if administered. And then 1 is they may give the math test.
And
is
then
that right?
strike the last line, yes.
So your job now, Vice Chair Bollinger, is
We'll get my motion.
get this all written up, line numbers and all. Make it easy for us. Good luck. Are you going to do it right now? Can I? Let me ask this. I'm gonna hold a potential motion spot for Vice Chair Bollinger as she cleans this up. But I do have lights that are still active, so I'm gonna go to Member Longacre first, and then Member Carey, then Member Earl.
I just want to say thanks. I appreciate the conversation that we're having on assessments. And I just want to refer to the memorandum that we received in our email 2 days ago. Last page, it says that the robust data still exists, even without this Acadience screener. Robust data on math performance remains available. And I think that this is a great time to just bring up, I've been going back to debates over the past 4 years, and I've seen 5 of them, and board members each time have brought up how much we test and assess. And I think this is a great time to pause and really look at, are we over assessing? And I would like to possibly make a suggestion of coming up with a working group so we can look at testing, get all the lists of federal, state, local LEA tests that we administer, and possibly seeing if there's any that we need to tweak, get rid of. So just wanted to comment that.
Thank you. Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. I support Vice Chair Bollinger's motion. I see the importance of it. I just have 2 questions. One is for a remark that I believe Board Member Earl made when she was talking about this rule, something about, but those schools or LEAs who wish to continue will get supportive funding. I thought there was a reference to money that I don't see in the rule, so I just wanted clarification on that. And then I had a separate question, Chair.
Sorry, was that to Jenny or Amanda? I couldn't recall.
That would be going to Board Member Earl.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah, so Elise Newey sent out, I don't know, it was a couple of days ago, some information related to this, just saying we couldn't cover the full cost, but we would be able to find enough funding to cover those that wanted to, the manual version this year for districts that were interested in it, that there was some funding for that, or would be some funding. That funding would come from USBE. So, But it would not be, it would be a May if that's what passes here. If people choose to do that, there would be some help with that, just for this year.
Can I follow up on your do you have a
Please.
follow-up to this, or can I follow
I
up?
do, but go ahead, Chair.
I'm just wondering, Chair Earl, if that would be like a competitive grant, how much money is in there? Do you know? Is that something that we pin Scott down and say, you know?
Probably get some information from.
So Scott, the question. The question is, how would schools access that money if it is available through the state?
So, breaking news, we have, so Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. So because we're close to year end and, we reconcile so well, we would have $300,000 out of the assessment budget to cover this. So, we wouldn't have to do any kind of grant or anything, but we could do it, using that source. We'd looked at, 600,000, to cover it. So, yeah. So.
Back to you, Member Carey, for your follow-up, if you have one.
I do, Chair. Thank you. I guess my question would be, would this happen automatically without any action by the board? So if we allow the amended motion to pass, the 600,000, I know I was speaking to my district, they said it cost about $7.45 to administer just the administrative part of administering this test, not the prep work or the post work. Is $600,000 sufficient to cover the cost of every school that would opt in to do this? If not, back to your question, which is, how would that be determined?
Looks like we have a new Scott, a better Scott.
The much improved Scott, also known as Amy Hunt, Assistant Superintendent. What we have right now is funds that we've been able to secure through our assessment section to be able to provide $600,000 that would allow for 1 year districts and LEAs to be able to continue testing students. The difference would be that it would be paper and pencil submission, meaning only students would take the test electronically, but LEAs would have the responsibility for entering the data manually and then receiving an electronic summary report, versus a higher cost license would allow it all to be analyzed and sent in electronically. So there's a greater cost for that remaining piece of the LEA submitting electronically versus them having to manually enter. We can afford for 1 year to be able to help districts pay completely for their K-3 students to manually enter those, or we can, if they choose to have a higher license, they could always contribute their own funding to be able to not have to enter it manually, but we would be able to sustain it for 1 more year.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the consideration. So what if a district decides we don't want to do Acadians testing, we're going to do our own assessment? Would those funds be available to cover the cost of that, the independent assessment that they wanted to administer, or do they have to buy into the Acadians system in order to receive that funding? And then my second question would be, if this board, is a vote by this board required to distribute those $600,000? Because I saw that the money was available. I wasn't certain on how that money would be distributed until now, which sounds like, well, there's this pool of money, but does the board vote on that? Or is that just a decision made by the superintendent? Like who makes that decision of the availability of those funds? I know that we require for a contract $100,000. Well, now we're saying $600,000. I just want to know what is that chain of approval, and does this board play a role in that? Those two questions. Thank you, Chair.
So the role of the board in this case is to determine whether or not the board wishes to require LEAs to have the assessment, right? If LEAs are required to have an assessment, then the board has the ability to be able to decide what assessment that should be. One of the reasons to continue with Acadience math, at least at this point, would be able to continue the continuity in our data. So you're not making the decision whether or not to spend the money, you're making the decision whether or not to require it. And USBE is trying to find the money to be able to help potentially allow districts to continue to test this next year until either legislation can change or priorities that may be different are in place.
I think we missed the question there. Follow up, or
Yeah, no, I understand what we're being asked to do today. My question is, who authorizes the disbursement of $600,000? Does this board vote on that? Does the superintendent make that decision unilaterally? Does staff make that decision? It's $600,000. I'd just like to know who signs that check and under what authority. And then my other question was, yeah, would it only be for Acadians? Why wouldn't we, if those funds are available, say Ogden School District wants to administer their own assessment, why couldn't those funds be used to cover that?
Okay, so.
Thank you, Chair.
From-
Thank you.
Yeah, so to answer, through the chair, to answer Board Member Carey's questions, you, the board, authorize it as part of your adoption later today of the estimates for your assessment budget. And so it's in the aggregate, I get that. So we're not into the, well, you know, you can go down into the lower details of the assessment budget, but that's what they're saying, because later today, Board Member Davis is going to present the budget for adoption, okay, which we have the assessment budget in there. So they're saying that, well, if you do this, we would use that budget that you adopted to take $600,000 and pay for Acadians for one more year for that. But then, if I may, Chair, to answer, I think Board Member Carey's other question is we have not budgeted, subject to your adoption of the budget, to help LEAs beyond that with their own assessment. So if they elect to use something different than Acadians, then we would not pay for, we don't have the money for that. We don't budget for that. What we're trying to say today in relation with the process of your adopting the budget is we could find or have $600,000 within the assessment budget to do this for one more year. Does that help answer the questions, or, you know, to that, Chair?
I'm not sure. I will say I've got like 6 people wanting to, so don't go too far, but.
I just want to say thank you for the indulgence, Chair. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Deputy Jones.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to read it off, so keep an ear out for your name. Lear, Bogus, Bollinger, Earl, Kelly, and Davis. So Member Lear.
And I have what I thought was a more basic question, but the more I hear, the more I get confused. So I will still try to stick with my most basic question. When Scott said initially we have $600,000 to cover this, I was uncertain what the this was. And then I think what I just heard is $600,000 to cover Acadians only. And it would be for all LEAs, I'm assuming, because people keep saying districts. But I'm assuming it's all LEAs.
Sorry, yeah.
So go ahead. That's just clarification, but I hope that's what you meant.
Okay, I've been working on my quick answers for Board Member Lear, so yes. Yes, ma'am.
I
So-
appreciate
so-
that,
so,
and
yeah,
thank you.
So 600,000, so if I may, Chair, $600,000 just for the Acadians and for all LEAs. If I said districts, I apologize. So
Thank you. And then just 2 more pieces to that. First of all, what I also heard from Trish, was it? No. Pardon me? Amy. What I also heard is that still the LEAs would have to enter their data separately, which in my mind is still an unfunded mandate. Somebody's time and energy and efforts are going to have to also do that, which I don't I didn't, and maybe that's what you're saying, the $600,000 would cover, but I just need a little clarification about that part.
Yeah, so that's basically what's happening now. It's the same kind of subscription we have now. When we originally looked at renewing the contract, one of the thoughts was, could we move to an electronic piece? When that was not funded this year, we would remain at a manual contract. So it's what they're currently doing.
Thank you. And then my last question is, again, I think very basic, but if we have either a combination of or only have some LEAs that are doing this and putting their scores out there, doesn't that at best create a skewed picture for the general public about, because they don't have all this background of why every LEA did not participate? And, or kind of similarly, if they're allowed to do whatever the Sam Hill assessment they want, doesn't that also create an inability to say, here's where our math scores are? Is that a concern for people much smarter than assessment than I am?
Well, what it does is provides inconsistency in being able to understand and see trends over time. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for those answers.
Okay, next I've got Member Bogus. Oh, okay. Member Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your patience while we worked on a motion. I do have a motion ready to go. My motion is that the board amend draft 2 of R277-406 to change every reference to the math assessment to ensure that the statewide early mathematics assessment is optional for LEAs, including section 4, subsection paren 1, line 110, section 4, subsection paren 2, line 119, section 4, subsection 3b, line 127, section 4, subsection 4, line 130, section 4, the newly renumbered subsection 5, line 139, section 4, the newly renumbered subsection 5b, line 142, and strike lines 143 through 145. And hopefully that's faster than 7 motions.
Our draft's not numbered, so.
So this would be these lines, two things happened, sorry. The draft 3 was updated instantly at the blink of an eye to have lines on it.
Okay.
I do believe that this would be from draft 2
Yes,
lines.
I'm working off of draft 2. Yes, Chair.
So, yep, so look at draft 2. Let's jump back to the motion so I can restate it. Do we have a second, by the way? There was a second, thank you. So the motion is that the board amend draft 2 of R277-406 to change every reference to the math assessment to ensure that the statewide early mathematics assessment is optional for LEAs, including section 4, subsection 1, line 110, section 4, subsection 2, line 119, section 4, subsection 3b, line 127, section 4, subsection 4, line 130, section 4, the newly renumbered subsection 5, line 139, section 4, the newly renumbered subsection 5b, line 142, and strike lines 143 to 145. Back to you, Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that this motion allows us to, in this 1-year interim, not require districts to pay for it, or any charters or districts. If they choose to do it the manual way, they can continue. I do think it's really important to have common assessment data so we can compare apples to apples, and it allows us to identify, schools that need some support and which ones are doing well. But I also believe that we shouldn't mandate it if it's not funded. And I would like us to consider, when we get to that point, going back to the legislature and trying to prioritize this as an option that then would go back to a new RFP. So again, it may not be Acadians because there might be other options at this point in the future, but I would like us to consider that. Thank you.
Member Earl. And just make sure, because we had a list of lights. This is to the motion. So if you're talking to the overall, then let's pause. But if it's to the motion, can I get a raise of? So here's who I have that is not to this motion. I have Earl, Kelly, Oh, Kelly's out. I've got Earl Davis that were before this motion. I've got Bogus now. Is that to this motion, Member Bogus? Do I have any comment to this motion? Member Lear, your light is on.
And I'm through, thank you.
You just wanted the hot mic. Okay. Okay. So with that, then let's go ahead and tee this up for a vote. I'll restate it one more time as as it's being teed up. The motion is that the board amend draft 2. Scott, your light came on as I started reading. Okay. You do have a question to this motion? Okay.
My question is just, because this is about a rule, would it be appropriate and can it be an appropriate timing to include the piece that if this passes, those who choose to continue with Acadience for this year can access funding for the type of test that we offered? Or is that going to have to come in a whole separate category later?
I think that would be, well, I don't know if that's, well, I see what you're saying. Like, I think it's to this motion, but if this passes, then your question is relevant. If it doesn't pass, your question is irrelevant. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, if it doesn't pass, then yeah, don't make it here. Okay. I just want to make sure that we offer the financial support at least for a form of the test for those who want to do it.
A form of
the one we can afford, not the Cadillac version.
Okay.
I changed my mind. My question is
Okay. Member Davis, I'm not sure what you want to do, but I want to support you in it.
I'm just asking you what you want.
Oh,
Do you want
your
an
light
amendment
came
to this
on.
saying that the financial piece is going to be offered? Do you want it in this motion or?
I know that there was, let me ask this. There's already discussion on this money that could potentially just be out there. And I know that there's some questions on it that are kind of being held off after this motion. So the conversation is not going to be lost.
Yes, but to Board Member Carey's point, I'd like to put a period where there's a question mark. I mean, it is in the assessment budget. I just want to make sure it gets used for this.
Let me ask, does this motion, are you connecting this motion to that, or can we take care of this motion and then address the question?
I'm asking you what your preference is.
My preference would be to take care of this motion because this is going to be another motion. I don't think it's just going to fall.
In this agenda item.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Member Bogus.
Sorry, thank you, sir. Through you, Superintendent Jones, let's say we have this $600,000 and we have, my math says at or about 215,000 students who would be assessed. I mean, it's crude, very, very crude math. And let's say only 100,000 students are assessed through Acadiance math because we've passed this motion. Then are we going to allow them to do the digital version and increase the money we're going to LEAs, or are we going straight with the manual assessment? And what are the timing parameters that would allow for something like that to happen? I'm not certain I have full clarity on that.
Yeah, sure. Chair, I'd like to call on another one of my personalities to come forward that can speak to this better than I can. I can speak to the numbers, but I think we're in a situation where it's really up to the board on what you want to offer, alternatives to it. So.
Morning. Sid McCarty. I'm the Director of Assessment and Accountability. Can I address that question? Thank you. So the licenses are $3 a student for a manual entry. So we have roughly 50,000 students per grade. So it could be a little bit more than 600,000 of the budget. But what would happen is we would work with the vendor. If it was optional, we would say we pay for the licenses for the number of students in K-3 that would be utilizing the Acadiance math assessment. it wouldn't be like they could then change and shift to the digital entry version. So it would be we would select from the beginning of the year which type of licenses they would be utilizing. So we have the budget to pay for all K-3 students to utilize a manual entry license for Acadians Math, but we couldn't shift and say like we only have this many kids and then we'd shift license types in the middle of the year. Once we start at the beginning of the year, that's the license type they use for the remainder of the year.
Okay, thank you. That answered the question. We've got member Davis next, and then Earl.
Yes. However, to this point made earlier, Sid, you might not be done. Appreciate your help and expertise. So, Chair, if we say by this date, let us know if you're going to administer the test and if you want the support, we know we can provide the manual, and we get half the number of people that we had anticipated, then why can't we say for the 1 year we're going to pay for the digital for the higher level if we have the funds within the 600,000 and half of our LEAs are going to use it and we work it out with the vendor? Can we do that? I'd rather do that than make a decision for everybody and piecemeal them in and then say, now you can't change.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me, Board. Can I answer the question? Yeah. Sydney McCarty, Director of Assessment and Accountability. Yeah, if that were the case, if we knew from the beginning and could calculate how many students anticipated to participate and we had the budget to cover the $595 digital entry license fee per student, then we could start that from the beginning of the year and say, okay, if we have a specific date that we've asked people to let us know their plans to utilize licenses, we could then move forward with the digital entry for 1 year for students if we had the budget for that.
Okay, and then another quick follow-up that member Earl was just saying a minute ago. Also, if it ends up everyone wants to do it and we can only pay for the manual, you're saying districts could not pay the extra to get the digital because it has to be, everyone has to do the same kind to get the rates?
No, the vendor has said for this year that they would work with our LEAs that we could pay for the $3 manual entry license, and if the LEA selects to choose pay their own budget to pay the additional $295 per student for a digital entry, they could choose to do that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, member Earl, to this motion?
Yeah, because we went into the weeds on it.
We
If
got
we
lost.
if we want to do the motion, I can ask a question. It's in the
I-
similar vein, but
I-
it doesn't have to do with the right.
Yeah, I do want to get out of those
Then
weeds and back into
let's
these
do this,
weeds.
and then we'll get back
Yeah.
in the weeds.
Okay. So let me restate the motion. I'm going to turn off. Sorry, Sid, I had to cut your mic. Wait for Scott. Wait to start reading this, and then Scott will turn his mic on. I'm going to pause. Okay. Get your finger away from there. Okay. Okay. The motion before us is that the board amend draft 2 of R277-406 to change every reference to the math assessment to ensure that the statewide early mathematics assessment is optional for LEAs, including, this is from draft 2, I'm just going to read the lines. Draft 2, line 110, line 119, line 127, line 130, line 139, line 142. And we're going to recommend that we strike lines 143 through 145. Seeing no, member Carey, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of clarification on lines 143 and 144. Can we call those up with the amended language in it? The proposed amended language? 143 and 144. Oh, so they're out completely. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
With that, board members, let's go ahead and vote on this, and then we'll jump back over to some different weeds. So if we're ready, let's queue up voting. Member Brenton?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. And so who is up next? I've got Earl, Davis, and okay, we'll just go from there. Member Earl.
A couple things. One, like I said, when I reached out to quite a few districts, I had a few superintendents and administrators call me. And without the funding right from the legislature, there just isn't, we won't have a consistency report out. That's just the reality, and we just voted to do a May, which I think is the responsible thing to do at this point. The idea that if we don't do this, that assessments will not be given in these grades is just not accurate. Everybody I talk to gives 1, maybe 2. Some of them give more than that. So it's just not accurate to say that not doing this means assessments won't be given in these grades. They're still going to do it. They're, what was I going to say? So a couple of other things. I mean, this gives us consistency, and it allows them to choose whether or not they engage or not. We have some funding to help. I just wanted a clarification on one thing. There was one thing stated that said they've been doing it manually. I did not think that's what we were paying for before. I think we had a better contract. It was not done manually. I understood it was different than that. Could someone just create a clarification for me so I make sure I understand?
There we go. Sid McCarty, Director of Assessment and Accountability. Yeah, some LEAs have selected to do the manual entry.
Okay.
Many of them have been doing the digital entry in kindergarten and first grade. Still, the students have paper and pencil materials in front of them. The digital entry is the test proctor has like an iPad, and they're entering the scores on the iPad, so they don't have to come back in later and manually enter those scores.
So it's kind of a mix.
Yes,
is what I meant. Okay.
it's a mix. Majority of LEAs, because we're paying for the digital entry right now, are utilizing that, but it really is only in kindergarten and first grade that the majority of people are using that digital entry. In second and third grade, it's almost strictly manual entry already.
Okay, and then just one clarification. I think Cindy did address it, but I wanted to make sure I understood that if we were to cover some of the costs for those that choose this, and there were a number of districts that said, yes, we use this. Even if you're not paying for it, we will continue because we've created a continuity in our system. So they will fund this themselves. They prioritize that. It's not everybody. With that being said, if they paid for a portion, or if we paid for a portion, could they couple their money on top of that? That's what I'm understanding. I just want to make sure that's.
Yes, that's correct.
If
So
they choose to administer this.
If they choose to administer, and if we only have enough funding to pay for the $3 per student for the manual entry, the vendor will work with the LEA to be able
Okay.
to supplement that cost, and it would be an additional $295 per student to keep that digital entry license. And they would also be able to select that. It's not as useful, the digital entry licenses in second and third grade. So the LEA could select to just say, we only want to pay for digital licenses for kindergarten and first grade where it's more useful.
And just one more clarification. So if we didn't continue this contract with Acadians in some fashion, what will happen is, like 2 of my LEAs said, they will have to now go out for an RFP and negotiate that themselves and get that all in place prior to school starting. Would that be an accurate statement?
I can't speak for the LEA
Okay.
specifically, but if it were us, and we have a contract currently with Acadians Math that ends in June, so we'll have to do a contract amendment to do an emergency 1-year
But our
extension.
LEAs
But an
can-
LEA would likely have to do that same thing. If they chose to administer an assessment that we weren't paying for,
Right.
just as any other
Then they would be
thing that they're
forced to
doing,
have to
they would have
go
to
out
do
and
that
do that.
procurement process.
So they would, okay. I just want to make sure I understood that.
Okay. Member Davis, do you want me to go to the next light? I'll take that as a yes. Member Carey.
So I'm struggling because we received a memo from staff saying that, look, even without Acadians, we still get the data that we need on math. This is an add-on. And I'm not saying it doesn't have its benefits, but it is not essential to the administration of the accumulation of the data that we need to make good decisions for general control and supervision of education in Utah. If an LEA wants to prioritize Acadians and they want to administer it, they can do that, but they should use their own funds. They should not be looking at the state board to say, well, Acadians is still, preferred, and we know that because the state board's willing to give you money for a test that we keep saying is not absolutely essential for the data. $600,000 is an enormous sum of money. We see, just up there in Roy, in Board Member Hall's area, in my area, a proposal to a 55% tax increase. Well, there are expenditures, but then there's the opportunity to save funds, and I look at one of those. So I'm ready to make a motion on the $600,000 expenditure.
You do have the mic. Go ahead.
And that motion would be that
we did resolve that underlying motion.
But not the motion on the rule itself.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying, because this isn't relevant to the rule, so I think you're right. So,
Disagree with the motion, it's out of order.
so are we making a change within the rule? Does that make sense?
I mean, I could amend the existing rule, but I think that would be forced. So since the rule is still on the table and since motions would still be permitted, I have no objection to the call out.
Let me ask this. There's a question. So there is a question of whether this goes in the rule or not. This is where I am going to actually request a saunter, because I want to make sure that we get this right. So if we could take a few minutes to saunter to see whether or not Scott, AAG Doan, Elise, whatever, if this stays in the rule or if this is separate. And they said, yes, it goes in the rule. So we need to figure some things out. So let's take a few minutes, board members, and we'll come back. Board members, thank you for your patience. Public, thank you for your patience. Let's go ahead and jump back into this. When we stopped, we had a potential motion from Member Carey. It was called out of order. I think all of us agreed, including Member Carey, that it was, just wondering where this motion goes. And so we have sought counsel and found that this would go in the rule. And so with that, now that we have clarification, we will go back over to Member Carey, who had the mic when we began the saunter. So Member Carey, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Nui. The motion that I would like to make is that the board add a line 5 to section 5 that reads, paren 3, for school year 26-27, if an LEA chooses to administer the early mathematics assessment, the cost of the assessment will be the sole responsibility of the LEA.
The motion is stated. Do we have a second? We have a second. Back to you, Member Carey.
Yeah, I just think that, $600,000, and it might even be slightly more than that, that's a large sum of money for, we call it an assessment, but it really is a screener for K through 2. And as has already been said repeatedly in the debate, that schools already assess using a variety of assessments that work best for that LEA, and they pay for those. If we were to mandate this, I agree, we should come up with the funds to pay for it. But now we're saying it's optional, but we're going to pay for it anyway. That seems to be moving in the wrong direction. It's been made clear that we already gather this data through a variety of assessments, and most importantly, the LEAs gather this data. They know what's best. They know what's happening in their schools. I think let's stop raising taxes. Let's stop looking at ways to force the taxpayer to pay for things. This is a good start. This is a $600,000 savings on an assessment or screener that we're saying it's not important enough for us to mandate, but we're going to pay for it anyway. I think that's a bad precedent to set. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, I've got lights from Member Davis and then Earl. So Member Davis?
I just think members have a choice to make here. All of those arguments I certainly can understand, and they resonate with me. Also, the situation resonates with me that we could help provide a bridge for this year. This was a fast change. The legislature pulled the money. It was a fast change for LEAs, those that would like to maintain consistency for something that we have been requiring, we could help with for 1 year. And I think it would be a temporary situation. So if this doesn't pass, I have the motion on the screen that will be made, but we'll just see what members want to do. I think there certainly can be arguments be made to both.
So for clarity, this isn't a substitute motion. You're not putting forth this as a sub. You're saying we'll see how Member Carey's plays out, and then there could be a potential.
I'm just saying if this doesn't pass, then I have this one. I'll be making this one.
Just making sure we're clear. Okay,
Just
I've got
depending on what
Member
members want.
Earl.
Yeah, just a couple of things. Once again, we did ask for the money going to legislative session. This was a priority to still keep an assessment. We knew that it would have to go out for an RFP. Whether or not we would continue with Acadians was a question. And part of that question was, when you go out for an RFP, you let people submit theirs. That didn't happen. So this is once again kind of a bridge or a fill for the year. We don't gather this data unless we have a data to gather from. In third grade, we have consistent data state level. And so I'm looking at this as a state level piece. The option in there is to choose. A district can choose. Do we want to participate in this or use our own? So I think it's just creating a consistency, especially for those who have already developed, used, and moved this forward and been able to use this information and this data over the last several years to create a consistency for them and I think in some ways they were kind of not expecting it, but they were planning on it and then notified, about a month, not even a month ago. I don't know if it was a month ago, not too long ago, that this would not be there and they'd have to try to find a way to fill that in. So anyways, thank you.
Member Lear?
Thank you. I'm just now troubling with part of Member Carey's comment that said it'll be a tax savings, and yet Scott had said earlier that the $600,000 was budgeted and would be available in the budget because of the year end, what we've determined at year end. So that doesn't sound like there's going to be any kind of tax savings because the money's already in our budget, which is accurate.
Is that a question to Scott?
It is. Thank you for making that clear.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. So if we don't use the money for this purpose, then because the legislature appropriated us money in the assessment line item, it could be used for other assessments. But so Board Member Carey, though, is right that if we get to the end of the fiscal year, or when we will get to the end of
In a moment.
in
1 minute.
Well, I'm praying for that, but I'm not supposed to pray. But anyway, when we get to the end of the fiscal year, So when we get to the end of the fiscal year, if we have carry forward, then that's the process we take of whether or not the legislature would take that money back. Or I think that's maybe what Board Member Carey is talking about is, well, we've saved that money, so it could be put back into the public ed. You see, I mean, that's all part of the year-end close and identification of carry forward balances or thing. Or it could be used for other purposes within the assessment line item, depending on, we're just saying that, we have a choice now, right? And if you want to use that money for this, you can. If you don't, then we could use it for other purposes, which we would obviously be very transparent about what those were, and we make sure that it was allowable. If we don't, though, and we get to year end and we have these excess balances or things, it could return into the income tax fund. So,
Right.
I mean, yeah. So I think both are right.
It's not literally, though, a guaranteed tax
no.
savings.
Well, if you look at it from the perspective of that it wasn't expensed and then it was returned to the income tax fund, then it would be you bolstering the income tax fund back up and to it. But no, it wouldn't be in the sense that it saved the taxpayer from paying in the first place. Or a rebate. I mean, these are.
That's my simplistic view of taxes.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Bogus?
Sorry, thank you, sir. I too tend to side with Member Lear here. When we don't fund things, what we see over and over again in this state is the legislature will produce an income tax cut. And then our schools are, whether it's legitimately or unlegitimately, I don't really care what your side of the argument is whether or not they perceive that they have enough money is evident when they raise property taxes to make up the budget that they don't have. So not funding things actually produces a tax increase that this board has no control over because it happens at the local level in the form of property taxes. And that happens over and over. I've lived in this state for 11 years and I've never seen that not happen. Every 2 years they cut property taxes by just a little bit, and every year we see 27%, 34%, 55% increases in property taxes to make up the budgets that are not accommodated for in the income tax fund. And so I don't think it's fair to say that not funding this would be a tax cut. I think it would actually be a tax increase because districts that want to do this are going to find a way to pay for it, and they're going to do that in their property taxes. And so I'm not saying that I disagree with the board paying for it, but I don't think that's the reason to do it because I think if we don't fund it, then it's going to be funded elsewhere. And so I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. What I find objectionable in the approach is that we're saying to these districts, if you use this assessment, we'll pay for it. But if you use, your power under local control and you have a different assessment, well, you're on your own. That type of duality isn't fair, that I would argue, to the majority of districts. Why is it okay if we opt to do the assessment that we just said we don't need, we'll pay for it? But if you have a different assessment, we won't pay for it. I just got a breaking news update from KUTV News talking about how some districts in this state, and I won't read it, won't mention the district because I haven't determined this for myself, but tens of thousands of dollars on luxury blankets, movie tickets, trips. There comes a time when we have to say we're responsible for how we spend taxpayer dollars. This is $600,000 that we could save the taxpayer. If the LEA wants to do an assessment, it has no one's saying they can't do it. All we're saying is we're not going to pay for it. And if the board were under the I just think that's the wrong message to spend when everybody is tightening their belts. It's bad enough when we tell districts, you've got to do something, there's no funding. Now we're going to the other extreme of saying, even though this is not required, we're happy to pay for it. And I think when people are hurting financially, that's the wrong message to send. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I've got Vice Chair Bollinger. She doesn't get a light, and then back to Member Davis.
Thank you, Chair. And I do agree with Member Carey that we do need to be fiscally responsible with the funds that we have and taxpayer dollars. I also understand this gap in this assessment that's been used on an ongoing basis to identify learning needs of students and help increase academic excellence. And so for me, if this is funds that are available that can help fill the gap and not be as disruptive to our districts or interrupt their budgets that they've already allocated, that I do think that this is a good use of funds. If it can even identify 10 kids and help them improve their math skills, it's worth the money for us to improve learning for our students in the state of Utah. So I would like us, like I said, I would like us to go back to the legislature. I don't think we're saying we don't want this information. What gets tracked gets improved. And our goal is to improve student learning and early mathematics. And I am concerned a little bit if we focus on one. We know early literacy has been something that has really been in the legislature. But I've been in education for 25 years and I've seen this pendulum swing. We focus on math, literacy drops. We focus on literacy, math drops. And we need to get to a place where both are important. And I think that going back to the legislature and saying, we do want this assessment to take place, but we need it to be funded for our districts is our place to go. So I believe that this would be a good use of these funds in the meantime, just as districts figure out where we need to go. So thank you.
Okay. Let me just make a quick comment before we go to other speakers here, other board members. Staff Appreciation Week is a big deal, right? So thank you. I mean, KSL, I see you're trying, or whoever, channel, whatever. Don't blow this up. We love our teachers. Thank you, teachers and staff, for what you do. You're worth the blanket and more. So anyway, with that, I'm going to go over to Member Davis.
Thanks. We were just chatting here. I'll share Jenny's thought with her permission first. She said, I feel like if we are willing to pay some for a bridge, not for the best version like the legislature was paying before, but what we can, it sends a message to the legislature. Some math assessment is important. If we move to a different one next year, if we find another one, we can do that. But some math assessment is important. And I think we can do both, appreciating the local control piece, because a lot of districts do choose a variety of assessments that better meet their needs or their goals. But if we need something that provides some intervention or screener information or help for us to know how to help LEAs, then we should put some money forward towards it, to see kind of statewide how we're doing. and also to help. This LEA is doing so great in this one area. Maybe they can help the others. This LEA is doing so great in this area. Maybe they can help the others. And so that's the thought. But in this case, I think both of these perspectives are right. It's just we're in an odd space in time for this year.
Member Longacre.
Through you, Chair, if I could ask staff a question, I guess I'm just confused about this conception that we are going to have a gap year in information when this says robust data still exists. So what kind of gap will we have with if we don't do Acadience? If some do, some don't, are we just going to be totally thrown off our rocker? For me, it's a math screener. What's this number? Can you identify this number? Simple addition, simple subtraction. Does it matter what test it is? It's numbers. So please educate me.
Yeah, thank you. So Sydney McCarty, Director of Assessment and Accountability. If we didn't utilize the Acadience math assessment, educators still utilize assessments in their classroom, and they use those for instructional pieces. What we would not have is consistent and common statewide data to use for policy decisions. So if we're looking at trying to determine how LEAs are doing on early math, that's what we look at state level data for. Not necessarily instruction of an individual student, which is where you would see different assessments, and having that common assessment helps us to have that comparison that's an equal comparison of different places versus having different assessments, which gives the educator information about that specific student that they can use for instruction, but is more difficult to look at a statewide level.
Seeing no additional lights, let me restate the motion before us here. And it's not lost on me that Chair Earl has 45 minutes over her time. The motion before the board is that the board add a line to section 5 that reads, paren 3, for school year 26-27, if an LEA chooses to administer the early mathematics assessment, the cost of the assessment will be the sole responsibility of the LEA. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Brinton?
No.
Vice Chair Wood?
No.
That motion fails. 2 in favor, 1 abstention. Those in favor are Member Hall and Member Carey, the abstention coming from Member Bogus. This brings us, I see no other additional lights. This brings us to, there's a light right there, Member Davis.
I'll move that we add into the rule that the board add a line to section 5 that reads, line 3, for school year 26-27, if an LEA chooses to administer the early mathematics assessment across or access to the manual entry license through the statewide contract provided through dedicated USBE funds. Let me read this again. Does this make sense? Let's read it again. For school year 26-27, if an LEA chooses to administer the early mathematics assessment, access to the manual entry license through the statewide contract will be provided through dedicated USBE funds.
Do we have a second? There's a second. So the motion, let me just reread it since it was amended a little bit. The motion before the board is that the board add a line to section 5 that reads, paren 3, for school year 26-27, if an LEA chooses to administer the early mathematics assessment, access to the manual entry license through the statewide contract will be provided through dedicated USBE funds. Seeing no lights, there's one. Member Carey, go ahead. Or I'm sorry, Member Carey, before I get to you, I didn't go back to you, Member Davis, to speak to your motion.
I'll just simply say that, the 45 minutes over, we were just saying it's been an important 45 minutes. I think it's a healthy discussion, and every single point that's been made here is valuable. And when we vote, sometimes we could be a hair into a yes or a hair into a no, and that's hard for people to understand, but we certainly can see all the points of view that have been shared, and they're important, and it is a tricky space. And again, this would be not the full amount, but a portion of amount to send the message, this does matter to us. And for all of the reasons that have been stated, this would be just a temporary bridge. Thank you.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I think this question probably best be answered by staff. When we say through the statewide contract, is that the existing contract, or would the existing contract need to be amended? Would another RFP have to be issued? If so, what would the length of that RFP be? My question is based on the premise that if we are amending an existing contract or we have to seek another RFP, I don't want to be in for a penny, in for a pound. If this truly is designed to be a one-year bridge, I'd like to make sure that whatever amendment may be necessary to the existing contract or the issuance of an additional RFP, that it truly is a bridge and not a doorway to another 5-year buy-in. Thank you, Chair.
Scott, please.
So my understanding is, Chair, that, or the answer to the question is, we would just amend the current contract. We wouldn't have to go out on an RFP. We would just extend the current contract for one more year. Are my other personalities shaking their heads yes?
No, they're shaking no.
Well, okay, sorry. But you wouldn't do an RFP though? No. Right, okay, sorry. Okay. Just to clarify, it would be 1-year contract, but it would be a new contract because, yes, the contract ends on June 30th. Sorry about that. Yeah, so, okay. Does that answer the question?
I think it does, but I'm anticipating a follow-up. But do we need to ask Member Longacre to leave the room? I mean, Scott, do you want to? My fingers are much bigger than Kelsey's. I need you to restate that. That's Member Green. Okay, there we go.
So the current contract expires on June 30th. There would be a new contract, but it would only be for 1 year, and we would not have to do an RFP for it. So, does that answer the question?
I believe so. Yes, it does. Member Green.
All right. So I do have a question, just to help me understand what this looks like a year from now, because I am hearing that I'm hearing an if, right? If this is funded or resolved next year, which we hope it would be. What happens if the if is and isn't, or an is? It just seems, are we delaying what the issue that exists now to a year's time, or are we making an actual bridge that has an end date, and we would hope that this Acadience issue is resolved in that time? And I don't know who can help me answer that. I'm not sure who to direct that to.
I'm going to try with a little help from my friends. So, for example, if we do this 1 more year, we have a new contract that's for 1 year. It would be in the space of, well, if the board prioritized us going to the legislature and asking for more money, and we did get more money, then we would have to go out on an RFP for the testing, right? And so that's the timing of it too. So there are a lot of ifs, if this, then this, right? So if you decide to do this 1 more year, then we'd have a new contract, but only for 1 year. We'd make that abundantly clear to everybody. Then we see if the board want to prioritize asking for money again for this. If we get that money, then we would go out for an RFP at that point in time. Does that help answer the question or try to get the order of operations straight on this?
Yes,
Okay.
it's kind of what we did this year, but it fell through, so we're trying to fix it.
Right, so if we
correct?
do it
So
one more,
we have the potential for this happening again next year, correct?
Chair, through you, yes, yeah. I mean, you can prioritize asking for that money, but it does not mean it would get funded next year either. There's no guarantee of that, so.
So then we probably need to come together as a board and really have a different conversation about what this situation looks like, probably before October. Okay, thank you.
Member Earl?
Yeah, let me just add to that comment. I think Board Member Longacre is headed in the right direction when we're talking about really evaluating the assessments we're using, and are they actually doing what we want them to do? We heard comments today. I think there's a lot of valid questions around what do we want to use as that state screener, or that, if we want to leave it broadly. So I think there's plenty of conversations and discussion to happen between now and then, whether this is the right measurement tool or not, and what that needs to be. I think that needs to start sooner, like was said, so that by fall we have a legislator on board to help us, that we know where we're headed. We know if this is the mechanism we want to use or if it's a different mechanism, and that we're moving forward. So we have consistent data. Once again, if you don't prioritize something, then it does not. It ends up waning. And when we prioritize one thing over another, we have to say, is there benefits to that, or are there harms to that? So anyways, so those are my thoughts.
All right, let me restate the motion. We'll tee it up for a vote here. The motion is that the board add a line to section 5 that reads, paren 3 for school year 26-27. If an LEA chooses to administer the early mathematics assessment, access to the manual entry license through the statewide contract will be provided through dedicated USBE funds. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Brinton?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
That passes 13 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 no vote. The no vote from Member Carey, the abstention from Member Hall. Chair Earl, back to you. It's not. It's still on me. You're right. We got an underlying motion before us. Yeah, almost. The motion is that the board approve R277-406 Early Learning Program and Benchmark Assessments Draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. Seeing no additional lights, let's go ahead and vote. Member Brinton?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Is a yes. Thank you. Okay, that passes unanimously. Chair Earl?
You are in luck. We are done. And if you wanted to take another 5-minute break, we could do that right now. Or not.
Does that add to your time or my time?
I'm done.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, Member Davis, are you 2 things on our agendas? Let's move to agenda item 4 then, our Finance Committee report, and turn it over to Chair Davis.
The committee moves that the board adopts the 2027 state fiscal year budget.
The motion is that the board adopts the 2027 state fiscal year budget. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. Member Brinton?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes 14 in favor, 1 no vote, that coming from Member Carey. Back to you, Chair Davis.
The committee moves that the board approves using IDEA funds for a virtual intensive special education training for parents taught by Karen Cunningham, and I believe Member Bogus has a substitute with greater detail.
Let me restate the motion that came out of committee, and then we'll go over to Member Bogus. The motion that came out of committee is that the board use IDEA funds for a virtual intensive special education training for parents taught by Karen Cunningham. Over to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you. I have a substitute motion. Superintendent Nui, I sent that to you. I move that the board approve the use of $30,000 in IDEA funds for an online Utah session of the EPIC IEP Advocacy Intensive Training with Karen Mayer Cunningham to be scheduled by the USBE staff, and $2,000 in discretionary funding for the shipping of training materials.
The motion's been stated. Do we have a second? There's a second. Let me restate the motion then, and then we'll turn back over to you, Member Bogus. The motion is that the board approves the use of $30,000 in IDEA funds for an online Utah session of the EPIC IEP Advocacy Intensive Training with Karen Mayer Cunningham to be scheduled by the USBE staff, and $2,000 in discretionary funding for shipping of the training materials. Member Bogus.
Thank you. So, this is, we've talked about it before. Ultimately, the IDEA funds would be used to support $200, $150 scholarships to be used by family participants in the state of Utah who register no later than July 15 of 2026, and any remaining scholarships would be opened up on a first-come, first-served basis to classroom educators, and registration for the event would be, would remain open until August 31st of 2026. And then Ms. Cunningham would present in 8 successive weeks, 8 weeks in succession, in I believe 2 to 3 hour intervals for IEP and special education advocacy for families in our state, and that would be scheduled by our staff once this is approved by the board. Did I miss anything to my 2 cohorts?
One thing I just remembered.
One
of those 200 spots needs to be for one of our staff members to be there in case their state.
Do we need, sorry.
Oh, so it would be 199 instead of 200, but I don't know that that needs to be in the motion.
So Member Davis, are you speaking in part
Well,
to
I
that?
think just a public recognition that one of those 200 spots is going to be for a staff member, so that if there are questions specific to state things that or policy, that person will be there.
Okay. Member Kelly.
Yeah, so I want to clarify, the training would cost, is it $150 per participant? Or is it, it was my understanding it was, so there's a cost per participant, right? So we have to cap the number of individuals that would be allowed to do this training, because it's a per person fee for the training. Please help me understand that.
Yeah. Member Bogus, go ahead.
So the answer to your question is no, we would not have to cap the training, but we only have 200 or 199 scholarships to offer. If that makes sense. Like, if people wanted to register and pay the full amount, that's fine.
Okay, so if what we are paying for is 200 individuals. If more wanted to join, they could pay the additional, but there is a cost per person.
Yes.
Okay, and what is that cost?
It's on yours, but it's not on theirs. They can't see that part.
So, Ms. Nui, would you please add the second part, just to the board so the board can see it, please? Thank you. I believe the cost per person is $300. Am I correct? Yes.
And so we're paying for half, and they would pay for the other half?
Yes. And just for clarity, I believe the typical cost for families to attend this training is at or about $1,300. So this is a great cost savings to Utah families. So it might sound like it's half off. It's really a lot off. I won't do that crude math right now in this moment, but it's a great cost savings to Utah families.
Member Davis?
Oh, sorry. I was just had my light on to get that second part in. I noticed she had it on her screen, but we didn't have it on the big screen here. And that kind of explains what she was just explaining about the scholarships. So, and then how we would set that up is that the person who's doing the training, the parent would pay for their half directly to that entity, and then we would pay for the rest.
Member,
It's a scholarship for parents.
Member Lear?
My question was, how was this particular training? I know there are many, many, many qualified special education training opportunities for both parents and teachers and educators. And I wondered how this particular first question is, how was it selected? And secondly, I'd like to ask Deputy Superintendent Voorhees if this is something that is, in her mind, a very is very reputable and very excellent training if we're going to spend this much money on it. Whoever wants to go first.
Oh, sorry. Well, yeah. You guys want to fight over it?
Wonder where did it come from?
I'm happy to say.
Well, we've got since I'm running the mics here and hers is already on, then Leah's going. So go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I have not participated in this particular training. My staff has not participated. However, there are individuals at the Utah Parent Center that have participated in her trainings previously, not necessarily this one because she has several. And she has provided training to Utahns previously at our transition conference. She was a keynote speaker a couple years ago. So this particular training I cannot speak to, except for the fact that in talking to parent center partners, it's very engaging and it is compliant with the IDEA, with federal law.
Does that help, Carol? Okay. So I don't. Do you want? Member Bogus, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Member Lear, and I guess the board at large. So, 2 of my endorsements are in special education, mild, moderate, and severe. And through the years, the training that I received to earn those endorsements did not fully equip me for the job ahead. And I have found through the years, especially the past 10 years, that I think that's true of every special educator, that they have to receive on-the-job training to actually do their job well. And specifically in the past 2 years, I have been in many meetings for special needs students where my comments and my engagement all came from things that I got from a training from Karen Cunningham. My advocacy when I see things that are not going quite right or things that kind of go, wait, is that really how it's supposed to be done? Usually I mark it down and I go look at my manuals, and then sometimes I call to verify with Superintendent Voorhees. And I think that because those contributions are coming directly from her training, she's clearly hitting those markers where advocacy is needed. And I brought it to the board and we discussed it here in a board meeting. We sent it through finance, and then finance committee filtered the information. I have been to one of Karen's trainings and it was exceptional. It was very, very good. And I pass around an OSEP letter that she talks about all the time. She speaks about it all the time, and I probably send it out 3 or 4 times a month. And it is through her training that I think many people are able to navigate this process. And in particular, it's advocacy for yourself as an educator, advocacy for yourself as a specialist, and how you engage with special needs students in a specialist situation, and advocacy in particular for families and parents who may otherwise not be able to afford an advocate that comes in at $200-300 an hour. In that regard, it really equips our parents to engage in the process with fidelity and being equipped to engage in that process, understanding that having a draft of the IEP before the IEP meeting is really, really important. Some people just don't know those things. And so that is where she came from. I brought her to the board, I believe it was 2 months ago now. And then our staff did some work and went through finance committee, and we are here today. And I hope I've answered your question. Remember, Lear?
Follow up. Yeah, go ahead, follow up.
The short follow-up is I don't see in the materials if this came recommended by the finance committee or
Yeah, the
You moved
motion,
it
the
to the
motion
board.
was that the board use IDEA funds, and then we're on a substitute motion here that you see before us on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I've got member Carey, member Earl, and member Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the educational aspect of this. I did not see in backup, and perhaps I missed it, a breakdown of what constitutes the $30,000 in expenses. Like, is this primarily a speaker's fee? Is this materials? So I was wondering if there was an itemized breakdown of what constitutes the $30,000 if that came out of Finance Committee.
She's referring to the third paragraph after the motion.
I understand like how much it's costing, but I wanted to see we're taking $30,000. What's the breakdown? Where does that expense come from? Is it what the Karen Meyer Cunningham is costing us? Is it copying fees? So is the $30,000 a check payable to Karen Mayer Cunningham?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Earl.
I think this was asked in committee, but I don't remember. If so, it would fill up with parents first, and then educators could participate. Okay, so then the question becomes, if an educator does take this, are they able to get renewal credits? Is that something that was available? I just don't remember if that was.
But that is done by our staff.
Oh, okay, they would have to.
Yes, but that is done by our staff. Yeah, and any educator could register, but the scholarships are reserved first for parents, and any leftover will be offered to educators.
Okay.
It's an 8-week course. If people don't understand that, it's 8 weeks long. So, do you want me to add anything else, Member Davis?
No, just from our committee, I think that was
Yeah, it's 8 weeks. Say it again.
Okay.
Yeah, you get a certificate of completion, and teachers, if educators were to take it, they would get continuing education credit. But that is done through our staff, and I don't think that needs a board motion unless I misunderstood my conversations with staff.
No, those things don't. Sorry, we're getting these side questions and then public answers. So
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm just trying to do my job well.
You're answering questions. They're out there and you're answering them. So here's what I have. I have member Vice Chair Bollinger and then member Longacre.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the sentiment behind this. I agree with Member Bogus that special education is so complicated, and there's so many layers to it, and there's always a need for more training. What I'm really struggling with this motion is that the role of the state school board? So here I am pulling out our mission and vision and looking at, yes, like educator quality and effectiveness, but this specifically is for parent training. And I do know that it could be backfilled with teachers, but I worry that because there's been lots of trainings that I've also gone to that have really good presenters. And I just worry about the precedence of, are we now going to take the role where we start providing professional development for parents and for for teachers, for the speakers that we have. And that's where I'm really just grappling. So again, I appreciate this idea. I love the idea of providing opportunities for families to get more training so they can be more advocates. I also know that the Utah Parent Center as I've worked in my years of special education, I always leaned on the Utah Parent Center. And in fact, in the district I was working in last as when I was an assistant director in special ed, we ended up getting our own advocate for our district because there was a need for that. So I do think that this also can be addressed other ways where it's not necessarily, do I think it's our role or help us reach our goals that we have. So although I support the idea, I can't vote for this motion. Thank you.
Okay. I've got Davis. Sorry, I wondered how Member Davis became a magician and jumped ahead of Longacre, but okay. It was impressive. So we've got Member Davis and Member Bogus. Member Davis, go ahead.
Chair Hymas, I've had my hand up for a long, long time, just to let you know. Thank you.
We know. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. If that's it, Member Davis, is that okay if Member Vice Chair Wood goes?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
I apologize. I just didn't know if anybody knew that Joanne and I had our hands up at a time. So I had three questions. One is, how does this differ from the inclusive training that USBE did over the last 2 years? I was able to attend one of those in Layton, which was fabulous. Was that directed to staff or parents? Second question, it's an 8-week course. Is this a reimbursement for parents who participate for the full 8 weeks? Or do we have the risk of paying this and then they attend for 2 or 3 weeks and then we've paid and they did not attend? And what if it isn't a reimbursement, what if they don't finish? Are we just out the funds that we committed to these parents? Thank you for allowing me to butt in.
Thank you for speaking up. We'll get you next time, maybe. We have Leah is going to respond to that. So Deputy Superintendent Voorhees, please.
Thank you, Chair. The first question was the training a couple years ago was specifically for parents. We actually had 2 different sets of statewide convenings. One set was specifically for educators and one set was specifically for parents. And we went across the state and provided that training. So that's the answer to the first question. The answer to the second question is we would be paying the scholarship for the registration fee whether parents actually showed up or not. So if they registered, we would be responsible to then send the scholarship funds to the organization.
Member Brenton.
Hi, yes, I guess my question falls in line with how do we know that parents, one, will attend, kind of as Leanne is saying, and hold them accountable? I do like the addition of it being a partial payment, not all of it, but I feel like something like this should be coming from an overwhelming request of parents asking for this training rather than us just putting it out there and then needing to advertise and get them there. And I just wonder if this is our role, if there's not a lot of demand or asks for this coming from our parents. And I do think there should be, I mean, what if they don't show up and it's an online training and then we still have to pay for it if they only go to 2 out of the 8? I don't know, that just seems risky to me, and it is a lot of money to one person, although I do get the sentiment of it, and I'm sure parents, I mean, we could always use more training with special ed, but I just have some concerns there.
Member Brenton, let me just ask for clarity. Is this a question or a comment? Are you
I guess that's a
expressing-
comment. Maybe
Okay.
I'm just expressing a concern.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will go back to our lights here. I've got Member Davis. Member Davis, go ahead.
Oh, a couple people have mentioned this. People are saying, is it our role? I think the question about role, there already is precedent set in the sense that we have done these statewide special education trainings all across the state for parents and educators. I attended the one in my area. It was amazing. It had parents, educators, local board members. It was awesome. Our staff is so good. And number two, we have already contracted this same presenter for a statewide conference, transition conference prior. So we have used her in the past as a trainer. And so I think there is precedent and it is within our role. And the question the board really will have to decide, the scope is the question, is this amount of money what you want to pay for this kind of training and for this many people? And those are the more detailed questions that every member will have to kind of decide for himself or herself. But as far as role goes, this certainly has been within the scope of what we have done and we do, but may not be to this extent going to an outside entity.
Member Bogus?
Sorry, thank you, Chair. So I think if you guys recall when Superintendent Hart reported out on the town hall for USDB, she talked about how instead of asking questions about hiring a superintendent, they spent the majority of their time attempting to filter and answer questions about special education. And that was the common thread among those town halls, was that people had more questions about special education than they did about leadership. And then if you look at our audit reports every month, the vast majority of those complaints that come in are about special education. And then they're referred to our special education team. And I understand that we will knowingly accept a risk, but parents will also be accepting a risk by spending their own money and not showing up. We do free training that we put tens upon tens of thousands of dollars into, and that's also a risk because nobody could show up to that too. And so it's the same risk that we're already taking in other areas. And so I think with the right communication and the right I don't want to say public relations, but that's the word that comes to mind right now. I think these seats will fill up very, very quickly, working with the Parent Center, working with USDB to get the communication out, working with our LEAs to ensure that this message goes to their parents. And then Karen Cunningham has her own way of advertising to ensure that the message gets out. I have no qualms in saying that I believe that every one of these, plus many more, will probably be filled. I think it's going to be something that really resonates with people, in particularly families. And we have a parent page on our website. So it's clearly something that we've determined to be within our role, so much so that we have a parent coordinator, a parent specialist, and we have a whole place dedicated to parents on our website. So I do think it is within our role, and I think that it could possibly help mitigate some of what we're experiencing as things go through audit and complaints come in. Because if those can be handled and resolved through proper advocacy at the LEA level, then it would change the staff hours dedicated to that here at the state level. And so I do think it would be very valuable for our state and for our educators as well. But I think board members should attend this. And I'm not joking. It was one of the most valuable trainings in this area that I've ever been to. So thank you.
Member Earl?
Leah, can you tell us the numbers of people that attended the previous, I guess you did it a couple of times or 3 times across the state. I'm just curious what the breakdown was of that.
Thank you. Leah Voorhees, Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement. I can't remember exactly. I can get you the exact numbers. But we provided it in 4 different areas of the state. We had originally scheduled to do 5, but didn't have enough people sign up in the Sevier County, Richfield area. So we had 4 areas across the state, and there were 20 to 30 parents that showed up at each one, depending on the location.
Okay.
But
Okay,
I
and that
can
was
get
a,
you-
that
I-
was a half day, a 1 day.
That was an evening.
That was
That's
just
an
an
important. Yeah,
evening.
it was one
Okay.
evening. We had a keynote and breakouts. Yeah, but it was an evening, late
Okay.
afternoon, early evening.
And the fall in this, I guess it's August, not really the fall, but before school starts, there's always a law conference with special ed.
Correct.
Is that right? And does that engage with parents as well, or is it only?
We do always have parents that attend. That's not
So
our
it's not
primary
restricted?
audience. Nope, we always
Not
have
restricted.
like almost the entire staff of the parent center comes. We always have other parents that attend. That is not the primary audience. That's not necessarily who we advertise to, but it's not restricted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have a couple thousand people attend the
That
law
one.
conference every summer. We already, in fact, I just got the numbers earlier this week. We already have over 1,200 people registered, and it just barely opened.
Okay, thank you.
Member Green?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so at the beginning of the year, I was at the conference and I had this lengthy 2-hour discussion actually with another board member, multiple board members from a different district, and they were talking about SPED. This board member actually specialized her career as SPED. She gave me a statistic. I haven't been able to prove it or not, but she said that they project that 1 in 5 students will eventually be on IEPs. At that point, I said, well, maybe we need to do an audit on our academic institutions and see like what might be causing a trend like that first off. But she's very passionate about it, and the SPED world is a completely different realm in and of itself. She is a great advocator, also because of her own personal situation about the importance of a parent being involved proactively and productively in a student that has an IEP under that SPED umbrella. So when this got brought up, I was very excited about it because there is a reality that exists that is laid at the feet of the parents on helping their student have a successful interaction and engagement with IEPs, the support of their students, and what it looks like underneath the SPED umbrella. So what I like about this is that it does help get that language out. It makes the state of Utah more literate in this realm. And teachers also need support. And sometimes I don't know that teachers get support because maybe parents don't know how to be supportive. So if we can offer that opportunity, I highly support it. And then I would say that this then tips into the education realm at large. And we get to come together and improve that entire space together because we become literate, we become educated, and we know how to communicate better and more effectively. Anyway, so I do support this. I listened to the committee and appreciated the deep discussion that occurred there. I think that everybody's brought up some great, feedback and questions, and I just see it as a win. So anyway, I am supportive of this. Thank you.
Member Kelly?
Quick question to Assistant Superintendent Voorhees through the chair, if you don't mind, but was there a cost to those conferences that you mentioned to the parent?
Thank you. No, board member, there was not.
Okay, it looks like we have run out of comments, so let's go ahead and tee this up for a vote. And Member Bogus, am I reading both paragraphs? Motion, okay. Okay. The second is more informational. Yeah. So the motion, yeah.
Sorry, I should have been on a mic.
That's okay. The motion before the board is that the board approves the use of $30,000 in IDEA funds for an online Utah session of the EPIC IEP Advocacy Intensive Training with Karen Mayer Cunningham to be scheduled by the USBE staff, and $2,000 in discretionary funding for shipping of the training materials. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Brenton,
No.
Vice Chair Wood,
Yes.
that motion fails. 8 opposed, 7 in favor. Those in favor being Member Earl, Member Booth, Member Green, Member Wood, Member Davis, Member Hall, and Member Bogus. With that, that brings us back to the motion that came out of committee, which is to use IDEA funds for a virtual intensive special education training for parents taught by Karen Cunningham. Let's vote. So, if it's substitute, we don't have to worry about it, right? Yeah. I'm happy to move on. So, okay. With that, we will move to agenda item 5. And now I recognize that lunch is here, but I do recognize that we have a couple of representatives from some schools who we will be discussing. So if we could take care of a couple, and I'll, Chair Carey, if you'll kind of set the table for that, I'll turn the time over to you for our Law and Licensing Committee report.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the courtesy extended. Jake Hunt, the Executive Director for Lincoln Academy, is here, and APA will be appearing online. So I would ask that we just take those two matters, and then you could reconsider whether we take lunch at that time, if that would be appropriate. So if we could go to item 5.4, this is the Lincoln Academy waiver request. And the motion before the board is that the board approve Lincoln Academy's request for a waiver from R277-552-6, 9, and staff or Executive Director Hunt is prepared to answer questions should there be any.
So the motion that came out of committee is that the board approve Lincoln Academy's request for a waiver from R277-552, Section 6, subsection 9. I don't see any lights, so let's go ahead and vote.
Brenton's a yes.
Thank you, Member Brenton. And Member, or Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Thank you. Hold on. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Item 5.5 is American Preparatory Academy Eagle Mountain Satellite Waiver Request. And the motion before the board is that the board approve American Preparatory Academy's request for a waiver from R277-552-31. It is my understanding that a representative from APA would be joining us via Zoom. Oh, in person? Oh. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, the motion before the board is that the board approve American Preparatory Academy's request for a waiver from R277-552, Section 3, subsection 1. Member Earl?
I listened to the discussion and I think I understand what's happening, but I just want one clarification. So if they open this up in this satellite location, it'll be there temporarily 1-2 years, and then when they have they've already been approved for the other location, they would then move to that location. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly.
I'm going to defer to the chair who's being distracted by Member Longacre.
Gonna have to move her.
Aaron, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that if I didn't love you to death. So, Chair Carey, can we restate the question?
Yes, I just want to make sure I understand. They're asking for a waiver so they can open early, but they won't be at this location a year or 2 years down the road. This is kind of a filling a gap that or a need there. And in other words, this location will transition in a year or two. I can't remember if it was a year or two. I'm just trying to seek that clarification.
Thank you. That is my understanding as well, but I would defer to APA as they're more intimately familiar with it.
You want to answer that directly? Okay.
If you could just state your name and your...
There we go. David Charette with American Preparatory Schools. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So the motion before the board then is that the board approve American Preparatory Academy's request for a waiver from R277-552, Section 3, Subsection 1. Member Lear.
Thank you. I think there was one other kind of qualification that is important to state publicly, and I thought it was very helpful, and Mr. Charette did this very efficiently. We had said one of our concerns was that asking for this immediately, and I hope I can say all these technical pieces correctly, so anybody feel free to correct me. But one of our concerns was that for instance, the trust lands funds had already been allocated for schools for the upcoming year. And since it's a pool of money divided among all charters, this would be this would mean changing budgets, recapturing money, something along those lines. So our concern with the late notice was that that money would not go to charter schools in the way that it was initially allotted. So then we asked Mr. Charette, would the school be willing to waive its trust lands money for the first year? And he went back and checked with his colleagues, and the answer was yes. So I think it's really important to note that they were both very cooperative, and it helps all charter schools get what they expected to get when this is a later request. So I wanted to note that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Carey.
Yeah, I just would like to ask Mr. Charette, how much money are you giving up by waiving your access to those funds in the first year? Do you know? Oh, sorry, Chair. Thank you. Through the chair.
Yeah, Mr. Charette, which is, yeah.
Sorry, I don't know, but if this discussion takes more than 5 minutes, I'll come back to it and let you know.
Okay. This must be your first time here if you're giving us a 5-minute. Okay, yeah, that.
It looks like Scott knows.
Well, just so for additional information or, in context, roughly the distribution is about 100. To me, I feel like President Trump at a debate. I mean, what's going on here, sir? Okay, okay. So yeah, it's about $160 per student. So I think you could just equate that to his student count or to the school student count and do that too. Yeah.
So 100 students is what we're hoping for. So $16,000.
Let me get your mic back on. All right, go ahead, Chair.
Yeah, I just wanted to place on the record that it's my understanding, based on the discussion in committee, that APA was asked by the local district to see if they could assume the operation of this school, and APA stepped up to that request because they wanted to keep these students local. And even though I have not received one request from a charter school requesting that APA give up its access to these funds, I have not received a request from any charter association asking that APA give up these funds. They did because they wanted to do the right thing and they wanted to help these students. So I just wanted to place that on the record. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board continue and approve, or I'm sorry, that the board approve American Preparatory Academy's request for a waiver from R277-552, Section 3, Subsection 1. Member Davis?
Do we need any information from Director Plant over there? Or no, we're good. Okay.
Today's a great day.
We're good.
So for just clarification, if I may, Chair. So it's not that the school is waiving the, so approximately the number we gave you on the, back to the question about how much are you foregoing in the school land trust money, but because the rule is that they have to let us know before March 1st. So there's not a, it's not that they're waiving it. It's just the deadline passed. This is why it's, but this is good though, because this is why it's so important. We're gonna see a lot more of these types of processes and actions, meaning satellites opening, schools combining, those types of things that do it. But that's really, your rule states that if they don't, do it before March 1st, then they lose out on that opportunity for the next year. So it's not really like a waiver or anything, right? So yeah, okay. See, okay, that's my other personality. So thank you. So, yes, yeah.
The motion before the board then is that the board approve American Preparatory Academy's request for a waiver from R277-552, Section 3, Subsection 1. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Brinton?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood?
She had to step out, Chair.
Okay. That passes 13 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 absent, the abstention coming from Vice Chair Bollinger. Back to you, Chair Carey. Thank you, Mr. Charette. Chair Carey.
Chair, those were the two items where we had individuals who wanted to provide testimony or comments in person. If the chair would want to break for lunch or continue on the agenda, I'll defer to the direction of the chair.
Let's, if we can, for the first time today, hit an agenda item on time.
Okay.
And that will be lunch.
Oh.
So let's, we're even 5 minutes early, say 4 minutes early. So let's break for lunch. We'll come back and pick up where we left off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through our Law and Licensing Committee report. This is agenda item 5. We have finished up through 5.5 and now on to 5.6, and we will turn the time over to Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Just for the record, I just wanted to say that items 5.2 and 5.3 were informational items, just for the sake of the record, but there is no action for the board. So moving to 5.6, that is R277-488 Dual Language Immersion Program. This is an amendment and continuation, and all voting members voted unanimously to support this out of committee. Thank you, Chair. The motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-488 Dual Language Immersion Program Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the board then, as stated, is that the board continue and approve R277-488 Dual Language Immersion Program Draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, is that for the, I'll just keep an eye on that. Perfect. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. Oh, we do have a comment. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chair Carey.
Thank you. I just wanted to put on the record, I know that we've all been receiving several emails on the dual language immersion program, and I just want to place on the record that passage of this does not mean that discussion or that debate is not going to happen. It's just not at this time. We're required to approve rules every 5 years, and that's why this is here. But I just wanted to place on the record that that discussion and debate will be coming in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarity for us and the public. Let me restate. It's on the screen. We're going to open it in just a second. The motion is that the board continue and approve R277-488 Dual Language Immersion Program Draft 2 on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and open up voting for that. And voting is open. Do we have Member Brinton? Member Brinton, if you're with us, state your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Wood? Thank you. That passes unanimously with 3 absent. So back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. The next item is 5.7 R277-320 Grow Your Own Teacher and School Counselor Pipeline Program. Before the board on amendment and continuation, and the motion for the board is that the board continue and approve R277-320 Grow Your Own Teacher and School Counselor Pipeline Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. So the motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-320 Grow Your Own Teacher and School Counselor Pipeline Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. Member Brinton?
Yes.
Yeah. You're an amateur.
Vice Chair Wood? Okay, that passes unanimously with 3 absent. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you. Item 5.8, this is R277-731 Catalyst Center Grant Program Policy by amendment. The motion for the board is that the board approve R277-731 Catalyst Center Grant Program Policy Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion that came out of committee and before the board is that the board approve R277-731 Catalyst Center Grant Program Policy Draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote. Member Brinton?
Brinton's a yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood? That passes unanimously with 3 absent. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. The final item is 5.9. This is no action for the board, but it's R277-322, Local Education Agency Codes of Conduct. That will be before law and licensing tomorrow. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With that, we will move forward. Deputy Superintendent Voorhees, are you prepared or ready? Okay, let's move to agenda item 7. This is a superintendent's report, and we'll hear from Deputy Superintendent Voorhees.
Thank you, Chair. I am pleased to share with you an update on the implementation of your strategic plan. So, as you know, we have been working with the Balanced Scorecard Institute to operationalize your strategic plan so that we can determine activities. We can determine how to evaluate the effectiveness of those activities, and so that we can report back to you on the implementation of your strategic plan. So this past week, we had our third in-person cross-agency workshop with the Balanced Scorecard Institute. during which we began the process to develop measurement for implementing the plan and targets for implementing the plan. So the way we have organized ourselves around this work, you can see here in this table, we have teams. So if you remember from the superintendent's last report on our balanced scorecard, we have 13 objectives to be able to accomplish your 3 priorities. We have organized teams around those 13 objectives. So we have an ownership team for each objective. Each ownership team is being led by 2 directors, generally a program and policy or a program and operations director, so that we have cross-agency support for the leadership of the implementation of each objective. We also have every coordinator in the agency is serving on an ownership team. So the directors are serving as the leaders of the ownership teams, and the coordinators are serving on the teams. All the other staff in the agency will be involved in implementing activities, which will be the next phase. But the ownership teams have been working on the measurement and the targets. So Greg, if you could move down to it's a tab. So here you can see all of the different teams. Move down to the next one down. That one. You can see, if you remember from the original presentation that Superintendent Hart gave you about our balanced scorecard, so improve student outcomes is one of the 13 objectives. It's the highest objective on our map because it's the ultimate goal, right? So the team that will be leading this objective, Director Wibke, Director Everett, and Director Fratto, which is School Improvement, Teaching and Learning, and Special Education, with coordinators Lewis, Frost, and Ross Kelly. So we have assessment, we have student services, and we have finance, MSP, all included in the implementation of that objective. Greg, if you'll scroll down a little, you can see there's a description of what that objective is, and then below that, we have spent a good amount of time working on the intended results to be able to meet the priority, to achieve the priority. And then we have developed measures and targets. So you can see here in blue, it says our proposed measures are ready for review by the USBE superintendency. So we met in workshop all together in person last week. Each team was then asked to finalize their measures and targets by tomorrow. And then the superintendency will be providing comment, feedback, finalizing those next week, at which time, Greg, if you'll scroll down a little bit more. So then our next, the next task that we have is to determine the activities. And this is where the whole rest of the agency will become involved in the work of implementing your strategic plan. So leadership across the agency has spent a great deal of focused, intense time operationalizing the plan, determining how we're going to report back to you that we are accomplishing the plan, and now we'll be determining the high leverage activities to be able to make that happen. We're really excited about the communication plan that we have also developed. We will be reporting on the implementation of the plan monthly to the entire agency. We'll be reporting on each of the 13 objectives at least twice during the year, so a couple per month, and reporting on how we are accomplishing the targets. The work that we're doing to achieve the targets. And when targets have been achieved, then we'll move to the next most important activity to be able to achieve the objective, and the objectives will achieve your priorities. So that is how we have operationalized the plan. We're we're very pleased with the progress that we have made, the engagement that we've had cross teams, and the facilitation that we've had from the Balanced Scorecard Institute. And we're looking forward to reporting to you on the next step, which is all of the activities. And then the next report to you will be, so what have we done? And how close are we? And how much farther do we have to go? So I'm certainly open to questions about that process.
Member Carey?
Yeah, Dr. Voorhees, I just wanted to thank you, the superintendent, and the agency. This is, they say you can't improve what you don't measure. And I really appreciate the attention to detail and the measurement points throughout this progress. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Carey.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Chair, that was the focus of the superintendent's report for this month, but I'm certainly open to questions about anything else if you have them.
Is anybody saving any very difficult questions for Molly that you want to put on Leah?
And we can move on.
Board members, I'm going to take just a moment, a learning moment for all of us. You may have figured this out in the last year and a half, but I believe in process. And one of those processes is Robert's Rules. So when somebody says, hey, you can't do that, I usually look it up. So I want to offer 2 clarifiers for this board so that if it comes up again, we don't have to spend time on debate. Okay, so there was one where we talked about Cindy possibly making a substitute motion, and the question was, can you substitute an amendment? You can substitute the first amendment, not the second. So you can't substitute an amendment to an amendment. Okay, so just like I said, I want all of us to be on the same page so that we spent a lot of time in previous years debating processes, and I thought I'm going to take a second and make sure that we're all on the same page. So an amendment to the main motion, you can substitute. An amendment to the amendment, you cannot, okay? The second one, and this is where we need to go back. The second one was, I said, the substitute motion failed, we need to go back. And it was, nope, that is the motion. According to my friend Robert, you do fall back naturally to that main motion. So if it is okay with this board, I am going to resurrect agenda item 4.3 so that we can take care of it, and hopefully we take care of it quickly. We've already voted. Essentially, the substitute motion was very similar but offered more detail. And so I want to, it's not really closed yet, but it does need addressed. So before that happens, Member Earl?
Can I just get a clarification? So in the second instance, the substitute motion then became when we voted on it, it became the main motion. So it would be like repeating the vote again. Is that accurate?
It's not repeating because the substitute can't be the same as the original, right?
Why would you make the original motion? Wouldn't it counter the substitute motion?
So here's what, according to Robert's rules, and this is paraphrasing, if a substitute motion fails, the original motion remains pending and must eventually be voted on. If it fails, that substitute motion did fail.
Got you.
If it passes,
sorry.
you're absolutely right. That is
You're right.
the motion.
Sorry.
I'm not right. Robert is right. Right? These are not my rules. Yes, Robert is right. So if it's okay. So yes, so just for, it was close, but the motion did in fact fail. So it's kind of like if the amendment failed, if it would have, so, okay. So here's the motion. I'm going to restate the motion that came out of committee, and that is that the board use IDEA funds for a virtual intensive special education training for parents taught by Karen Cunningham. That is still on the floor. We just overlooked it, and so we are going to approach it now. Are you guys ready to open this voting? That's the motion. Cole, are you speaking to this motion? Okay. You got it. You got it.
No,
process. You got it.
No, I'm going to explain. Like, my biggest issue with the substitute motion was the scope, and to the maker of the motion, I do want her. In terms of I just felt like 200 people and $30,000. I just feel like for $30,000 we could get more bang for our buck, and the scope of that could be much further. And so what I would say with this motion right here is, if it's taught by Carrie Cunningham, and Carrie Cunningham would accept a flat fee of $30,000, regardless of how many parents showed up, I would be willing to vote for that in favor of that. But to you know, the scope of 200 parents, I just don't feel like that really moves the needle. And so, to the maker of the motion, if you still believe that 200 is the cap and that's all that we're going to be able to do, I would still vote against the motion, because I think the scope is what my concern was in the substitute motion.
The maker of the motion is the committee, just for clarity, and that's what came out of committee. Let's see here. Hold on, Christina. Well, that's yeah. Bogus is just showing up gray on ours. Let's take a second. Cole, will you share your mic? So let me again restate the motion so we know what we're speaking to, and you're familiar. Okay. So again, the motion is that the board use IDEA funds for a virtual intensive special education training for parents taught by Karen Cunningham. And Member Bogus, go ahead.
So there's no limit on the number of people that can attend. That was actually not part of the motion. The information that came back post finance committee meeting and pre-board meeting was basically that there was a per person fee because of the new structure that the finance committee had approved. Basically, is how I understood it, is that she responded with a new structure, which means we had to adjust the motion. If people want to come, that's their business. I mean, we could have 600 people attend. That's totally fine. There's no cap on the number of people. It would just be how that money is spent underneath that umbrella. And so, you know, I'm happy if the staff wants to do something different. That's just through the conversations that were had during Monday's meeting, and then also in the interim. That was just the kind of the collective consensus that seemed to come about from those in attendance. So I hope that answers your question.
Just a clarification.
You want to follow up? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so there's not a cap. There's more than 200 can attend, but each one of those above 200 will still have to pay the $300, correct? So what I'm saying is, for $30,000, if 600 attend, then now Miss Cunningham is making 300 times 600, correct? Where would the additional $300 for the 400 above 200 go to?
Okay. You want me to answer that? So as with every business, there's overhead fees. And so there's everything from her administrative fees and overhead, but in particular, each participant gets at or about $50 worth of resources that would go into that. And that's mailed out. And so it's not just times 300. All businesses have overhead. And that overhead comes out of that before you address that, if that makes sense. So I don't know if she's taking home $200 a person. I actually don't know that dollars and cents. She quoted our staff an amount per person, and then we debated that amount per person, knowing that a good portion of that goes to resources that will be sent to every participant.
Member Brenton?
Yeah, could I just ask, is there what if 200 people don't register? Could we just put in a fail safe, like if we don't have that number registered, then we're not on the hook for the 30,000, so that we make sure that we have the interest?
Is that to you, Member Bogus?
I'm happy to answer.
Sure.
You want me to answer? Okay, I don't have any information that says there's a minimum number. I have no information that says we have to have a minimum number of participants to host the training. And the board would approve the use of the money, but they would not expend it. In my understanding, we would not expend that money unless people were registered. I could be completely wrong, but I have no information to say that that would happen.
I think once we vote and move forward, staff is going to move forward if there's no minimum. We haven't asked that question. So Joanne's the first to ask that question. If there's a, if we don't reach a certain threshold. Yeah.
I have no answer to that question because I don't know. I have nothing that has been provided through our staff to me indicates that we have a required minimum number of participants.
So we can,
Chair,
Joanne, we
could
can.
I ask one more? Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wonder if the presenter would require the 30,000 if it's to be worth her time to do the training, so that even if we don't have that many sign up, that we would still have to pay that amount. That's where I would want to just put in some kind of minimum that we have, a minimum number
She's not
signed up, or
requiring any.
clarify that with her.
There's not been a requirement for the minimum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's what if we're not ready to vote, is this something that needs to go back to committee with these questions? I guess that's where I'm at now. Is it was a close vote already. I think it failed 8-7.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have this on the floor just to take care of this. But if there's more discussion involved, do we need to send this back to committee?
I don't think it should go back to committee. I think we could postpone it until next month to answer some of these questions, but I don't think it would prove fruitful to send it back to committee and delay it 2 months. Specifically, I think they wanted to hold it in the fall. And unless I'm misunderstanding the conversations that I've had previously, I think to get it off the ground. And one of the board members said something, I don't remember who said it, so credit to whomever credit is due, but parents think about school until the end of May, and then they shut their brains off. And for us to do the work we need to do, we need to get stuff out. It needs to be sent out quickly, and then there's also prohibitions on communication with teachers who are under contract over the summer, and so then to communicate with that, there's very few reasons that a supervisor can communicate with staff formally over the summer. And so we would have to make certain that our teachers had adequate communication for something like this to engage them as well. So there is I don't think there's a deadline formally, but there is a time sensitivity. Otherwise, we would plan something and we would set ourselves up to fail, if that makes sense.
Well, I've got no motions on the floor. Let's go to the next light, member Lear.
I didn't know we were going to re-discuss this. So I kind of was a little bit like Member Kelly, who kind of was left saying, I like some of the parts of this, but I'm concerned about a big piece of it. And that is, if parents need training, which heaven knows, I agree with you in terms of understanding special ed. If they need training, then why don't we look in a more holistic way for the best way to do this? I always worry about vendors that are selected by somebody out of the blue, and my feeling is I've been going to that special ed conference for 20 years probably. I'm not saying that's the exact venue or purpose, but if we want parents to get training or want to make it available, let's put it that way, then let's look at our own staff. I don't buy into that an expert comes from 50 miles away with a briefcase. I don't agree with that. We've got excellent special ed people in this building. So if we want something similar to this for parents, let's look in-house and see what we could do. And rather than paying somewhere between $30,000 and $130,000 for an expert.
Member Bogus? Sorry, I had you test your light and you left it on, so I wasn't sure. Okay. I don't see any additional lights, so let me restate the motion. And that is that the board use IDEA funds for a virtual intensive special education training for parents taught by Karen Cunningham. Let's open this up to a vote. Member Brenton?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood? So that motion fails, 8 against, 6 in favor, with 1 absent. Those in favor are Member Brenton, Member Booth, Member Green, Member Davis, Member Hall, and Member Bogus. With that, that officially closes out agenda item 4.3 and Cindy's Finance Committee. You broke the bank on time, by the way. Go ahead, Member Davis.
This is a technical thing, but maybe I missed an amendment along the way, but was that amended because the motion was taught by Karen Cunningham? It wasn't just to use funds for a training for parents. It didn't get put on there.
It was never moved.
The motion that I'm reading that came out of committee said,
Yeah.
let me restate it, that the board use IDEA funds for a virtual intensive special education training for parents taught by Karen Cunningham.
Yeah, I just didn't see it on the board.
Okay.
The taught by Karen Cunningham part on
Sure.
the board, because some members were saying they might support a training for parents if it wasn't taught by an outside person.
Yeah, this one was specific when we discussed it in committee.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, board members. Let's move forward. We are on agenda item 8. This is the general consent calendar. So I know that we sometimes pull from there. I'll give a few seconds as we look over that agenda item, and then we will ask for items if there are any items to be pulled. I'm not going to ask for them to be pulled, but if there are items that you would like to be pulled, let me know, and we'll get them on the list here. Member Bogus?
8.5.
Let me ask, just for clarity, you're saying 8.5, and that's the school lunch program?
Yes.
Okay.
And then 8.2. Oh, sorry, 8.1.2.
8.1.2, okay.
I believe that's everything.
Okay. Any other items to be pulled or any motions to be made would be accepted?
I would move that we approve the remainder of the consent calendar.
The motion is to approve the remainder of the consent calendar. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. Member Brenton?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood, is she still, her thing is still showing? As long as she's showing, I'll
Yes.
call for her. Oh, there she is. Got
I'm
it.
here.
We got you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That passes unanimously. So for the public reminder and for the board, we have items 8.1.2, which is a contract with, what is that, Meosphere LLC? Lightning Kite? Is that correct, Member Bogus? 1.2, sorry, I'm just reading. I want to make sure I get the correct contract that you... And then 8.5 as well. So what did you have questions on that, Member Bogus? Let's start with 8.1.2 first, if that's okay. Okay, no questions. Yeah, that's. Thank you, Member Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. If I may direct a question to staff through you. My understanding is that this Lightning Kite, it would be the replacement of Midas, and Midas tracks all of the transcripts for professional development for teachers. So I know that like when we have teachers that are working on endorsements and they have to have copies of their Midas transcripts, that this then does that. So my question is if this doesn't pass, what happens to all the years and years of transcripts that teachers have?
I'd like another personality to come forward for this. Thank you.
Hi, Megan Everett, Director of Teaching and Learning. We will do a drawdown from Midas system on all the data that is in there historically, and then that gets transferred into the new system. So it should maintain those records.
So thank you for that. My question is what happens if we do not approve this contract?
Oh, sure. The current Midas contract system ends. We can still do the drawdown and hold on to the information, but then we wouldn't have a replacement for Midas as of the July 1 end of their contract.
May I have a follow-up, please? And as one of our strategic goals is to cut the red tape for licensing, how would that impact licensing?
It impacts licensing as they are an end user of the information that gets housed there. So micro-credentials, for example, are housed there for people to submit, for them to be reviewed, for them to be credited. And then based on that information, that goes into their licensing application for endorsements and things like that. So licensing is an end user, but they don't necessarily upload and work within the system.
One more follow-up, Chair. So if we didn't have that, and even if we have the data, then what impact does that have on staff? Or would there be a need for more staff to then be able to go through all that information with the licensing?
Yep. So yeah, I believe somebody would have to go through the data that we are able to pull down and then address it manually. And I don't know that we have a good system in place for doing that. So it either takes time or more staff, but we don't have any other system that currently houses micro-credentials and allows for reviewers to be in the system and approve them. And so it would slow down that process and probably delay awarding of endorsements.
Member Earl?
It's not on this one. Sorry.
Member Bogus?
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I probably wouldn't have asked this question, but Member Bollinger opened the door. Why can't we just program this into USIMS?
We're backlogged. And money.
Sorry, I know, I heard Scott telling Megan, but Megan, you've got to relay the news. Scott doesn't have a microphone.
Megan, you or me?
You couldn't just hear his magical tones.
Yeah.
It might be possible, but there is a backlog of information in USIMS it would take several years to accomplish, and we haven't budgeted for it.
So then my question is, why are we making another change? Because it used to be, I forget what it was 6 years ago, and then it was Midas, and then we're changing. Teachers hate nothing more than when you change a program that they use once or twice a year. They despise it. They absolutely hate it. They have to sit through 6 hours of training to use a program that they use once a year, and it is. I mean, if you've never been there, the number of complaints that you'll get at the beginning of the year about this, and maybe not at the state level, but inside the school building, they just grumble and grumble and grumble, and nothing wastes their time more than having to sit through this training for this and that. And I mean, I know you've probably heard it if you've been in a school building. It makes them angry. And especially when they just kind of get a handle on it. And it usually takes 2 or 3 years to get a handle on it because they don't use it all the time. And then we're changing it again. And I mean, how long is this one going to be around? Because I've been in Utah 11 years and we've had at least 3 programs in that time. So I don't know. That was a lot of talking and maybe a short question. But how long is this going to be around? And it's a genuine question. I'm not trying to be facetious or mean.
I just have a comment.
No, well, let me just kind of give some, because we're asking questions on the side as most people do. I'm the member Longacre in this scenario here. Yes, 5-year contracts are standard. In fact, this board, we want 5-year, right? We want to know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And so would we have to set out a new RFP? And then when we have to go through the process and select that, well, we have to be fiscally responsible as well. And so we can't always stick with the same company. Maybe they're overcharging. Maybe they've had some things. So this is, going through the process, this is the option that we're at. We could probably have gone with Midas for another X amount of years, but it would probably, obviously they didn't win the RFP bid or whatever, right? So I think that's where we are now. It's not that this, I don't think we're saying this company is the way to go because this is what we want to upset teachers, unless it is, right? It's this is part of the process. This is what we do. This is what we want as board members, is to look at this every 5 years and say, what is the best bang for our buck, if you will. So that, anyway, with that, Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to reiterate, I totally agree with you. Member Bogus, is when we have to change programs every 5 years, it is frustrating for teachers because sometimes it takes them that long to learn it. And it is part of our procurement rules and laws. That's the same with curriculum. I mean, you guys have heard me harp on that quite a bit, is it triggers change for teachers every 5 years because of the way those are. So I can understand not wanting to change the program, but because we were required to do an RFP to be able to keep this data, I'm just really concerned if we didn't have a system, what that does to our staff, what that does to delaying teacher licensing and endorsements. I think that this agency has worked really, really hard to streamline. And recently I've heard from a lot of teachers how grateful they are for the new process and how smooth it's getting and how much easier it is to get endorsements with our micro-credential system. And I just do not want us to go backwards and have to do a manual program. And so anyways, that's where I stand on that.
Member Earl, then I'm back to you, Member Bogus.
Was going to be my question. It had to do with the RFP. We went out for an RFP, I'm assuming, right? This is after evaluating those, the responses came back. This is the one that met the criteria. Am I accurate in saying that? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Rod's head's in the way here. So there you go, Rod. Thank you. Okay. That's what I was just curious.
Yeah, for the public's awareness, as Jenny was asking her questions, staff were saying, yes, that's correct. Yeah. Okay, Member Bogus.
Just one final comment, and through the chair to Miss Megan. I forget your last name, I apologize. Midas is not a user-friendly program. It's already cumbersome and clunky and all of the things that teachers hate. So how does this one, it's new, which will cause an uproar. Is it going to be the same? Or did they win this contract because they actually offer a good product?
Thanks. Our hope is that it's a vast improvement over that clunkiness that you speak to. So we have looked at playable demos and dashboards. There are some features that are a big step up in terms of like a single sign-in or a magic sign-in kinds of options that make it much smoother for people to enter into the system. And this is a company that has worked with groups like healthcare, and so they're very adept at like not only the data privacy ends, but what people expect from a user experience when you're dealing with a professional product.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve item 8.1.2.
There's a motion to approve item 8.1.2 on the consent calendar. It's been seconded. I don't see any additional lights. Did you want to speak to your motion?
Oh, I'll waive.
Okay. With that, let's go ahead and vote. Member Brenton?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
That passes unanimously with one absent. The next item, if there's either discussion or a motion, the next item is 8.5. This is the FY 2026-2026 National School Lunch Program Equipment Assistance Grant. Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious if, I don't know if it would be Director Loveland or somebody could just help us understand the purpose of this, what this money's used for, just to get a better understanding for the board and for the public, or somebody, maybe one of Scott's personalities.
Scott,
Up into
sorry.
my Kim personality, if that's okay.
All right. Good afternoon. Kim Loveland, Director of Child Nutrition Programs. This grant for technology is going to help pay for our systems that we are currently operating. We have a CMP web system through Link, and we have a Primero Edge system through Cybersoft that we are operating all of our programs. It handles all of our program eligibility. It handles our claims. It handles reports that we do for food distribution and the other programs as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Vice Chair Ballinger.
Thank you, Chair. Then I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda item 8.5.
There's a motion to approve consent agenda item 8.5. It's been seconded. The motion, I'm going to read the motion since it's not necessarily is that okay? And that is that the board approve child nutrition programs to submit a competitive grant application for the FY 2026 National School Lunch Program Equipment Assistance Grant. Still seconded, I believe. Oh, was that right? Okay, yes. Okay, so that's the motion. That's what we're voting on. Let's go ahead and vote. Oh, sorry, hold on, pause. Member Carey. There you go.
This is the child nutrition program? Because that shows up as 8.4. Am I reading this wrong on the agenda or in backup? 8.5 looks like State Cooperative Contract 3967.
In backup, I'm looking at 8.5 is the FY 2026 National School Lunch Program. I don't know why ours would look different.
Jenny, no, she's leaving. Oh.
There's 2 items on there.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, no worries. Okay, with that, I think we're ready to vote. It's open. Okay. Member Brenton.
Yes.
Thank you, Member Brenton. Vice Chair Wood
Yes.
is a yes. Thank you. Okay, so voting is now or is back open. We have a yes from Member Brenton, a yes from Member or Vice Chair Wood. Okay, that passes 11 in favor, 1 abstention, 2 no votes, and 1 absent. The abstention is Member Green. The no votes are Member Kelly and Member Bogus. And with that, we will move on to agenda item 9. This is the monthly budget report. If you'll just shake Member Hall off of your shoulder there. Yeah. I'm having a day calling out board members today. This is great. Okay. Scott, let me get, yeah,
Okay.
there you go.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Scott Jones. So I'll just stick with my own personality on this one. So I attest and declare that the Utah State Board of Education is able to meet all of its known commitments and obligations. As everyone knows, we're drawing near to the close of yet another fiscal year, and by all indications, we'll do so very well, and including the USDB. So kudos to them for the work done, and Director Jacobson for her, Assistant Superintendent Jacobson for her awesomeness in that aspect as well. So, but, I will say that we still have a few more months left, one more month, really a month and a half of this fiscal year. So we will make sure that you and the public know of any issues, concerns, or questions that we have related to the year-end close process. With that, sir, that's the report. There is the ability to drill down further. I know there's a lot of questions and concerns out there about where our money's going, but the tool should be able to be used by any board member, anyone from the public to drill down and look at those expenditures. And I personally want to declare that I'll make myself available to explain anything or to answer any questions from you. First and foremost, you're our priority as board members, but the public as well with you. So anyone can reach out to me at any time, or my administrative assistant, Cammie, and I'll answer any questions or concerns anyone may have. So thank you, sir.
I see a light from Member Davis. Go ahead.
I just want to say, Chair, as a reminder, in the last several years at least, I know we have had no significant findings in our audits for our finances and our budget reporting and our transparency of operations. And I just want to commend our folks for that. It's huge. And it takes a ton of time and multiple eyes on this. We have multiple digital pass-throughs, and then on top of that, we have multiple eyes because tax dollars are sacred dollars, and our staff treats them as such. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, I believe, so does that wrap up the monthly budget report?
For that one, but just with the discretionary funds report, just to make that, front facing, it is, at your discretion. If we could just pull that up. I always orient you and the public to the upper right-hand corner. I don't see it pulled up. Is there anybody? Did Greg leave me? Did he leave me? Greg? It should be discretionary report, right? Yeah, I can't see that far, so sorry.
You've got, which one do you want to look at? Period 9 or?
Yes. Well, no, it should be.
I guess you'll see once it's up.
9 is the latest one, right? Yeah. Yeah, 9. Yeah. Well, so in the upper right-hand corner are the remaining balances with the different fund sources or revenue sources, if you will, fund sources that make up your discretionary funds report. And as I discussed, many people ask, well, where does this money typically come from? Well, it comes from year-end close activities. Again, we're approaching that. So around the September timeframe, you will see a change in these balances for you as the board to ratify or, as part of the overall closure process that will, increase the availability of discretionary funds. But for now, those are our balances in the upper right-hand corner. The main body is the project status. Over time, we've added, at your direction, individuals that had first, brought forward these ideas for use of these funds and those aspects. So that gives you that, ability to contact that person about that particular project. Or again, if, you see a particular or have a question, or the public, your constituents ask questions about this particular fund, your discretionary fund, and what it's going for. This is forward facing. These are the names of the projects, but if they want a deeper dive, staff are always, or you do, the staff are always available to facilitate that. So subject to your questions or concerns through the chair, that concludes the overall agenda item, including now the discretionary funds report.
I have a quick question, Scott.
Sure.
When do these projects, I'm looking at, we've got some old
Sure.
names on there, but
Mhm.
even our new name, when we look at second one from the bottom, remember Carrie brought up that federal audit, which was fantastic, but we've already
Yeah.
received, it says completed. When do we take them off of that board?
As part of when we reconcile and we close it as part of
okay.
year end, and then we'll do two. But we also bring it back to you for, your reconsideration of ongoing projects. The San Juan broadband, that project was originally set up it'll end in 28. So there are some nuances or differences in when the end dates do. And some projects, though, we did the estimates, but we're not executing the money necessarily as fast as we thought we would. But yeah, we go through all that with you as part of the year-end close process, updating the balances, but then also making sure we devote time to reconciling projects and seeing if you want to continue them. There's been that language, I think it was 50,000, I can't remember, that's been on there for quite a while. That's something I think you will recommend that you put back into the fund, back, up into the upper right-hand corner, basically, those types of things. So it's coming.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Seeing no additional lights, Scott, does that conclude your report?
That's conclusion. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, board members, with that, we will move to our next agenda item. This is the executive session, and I'd like to, if we can, take about a 10-minute break. Perfect. Let's take a 10-minute break as we prep for that. Sybil, can we put 10 minutes on the timer so we can be back and prompt and get started? Thank you. Yeah. Okay, board members, before we officially go into executive session, we need to move and vote to go into executive session. So again, for the public's awareness, this is agenda item 10, executive session. I am seeking a motion that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing any of the following: a person's character, competence, or health, and pending or imminent litigation. Thank you, Member Booth. Thank you, Member Bogus. Let's do a roll call vote. Member Bogus is yes. Member Booth is yes. Member Bollinger is yes. Member Brinton. I know, I was just wondering if she was in the vote. We're not enclosed yet, but she may have stepped off. Member Davis is a yes. Member Earl is a yes. Member Green is a yes. Member Hall, yes. Member Kelly is a yes. We got you. Member Carey is yes. Member Longacre is a yes. Member Lear is a yes. Member Reel is a yes. And Vice Chair Wood. Okay. And I'm a yes. So let's get ready. We are going into closed session. Thank you. Okay. All right, welcome back, board members, staff, and public. Let's go ahead and I am seeking and move forward here. I am seeking a motion that the board comes out of executive session. So moved. It's been seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Okay, we're going to move forward with some action, and I believe I've got. I see a light from Member Bogus. Member Carey, are you? I think we're just going to handle. Well, we can do the consent calendar. Are you ready? Let's get this, because we want to get you on a roll and take care of that. So, Member Carey, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a motion to the board, and that motion is that the board requests that the Office of the Attorney General provide a legal memorandum to the board addressing the following questions. 1, the constitutional and legal appropriateness of the board or UPAC making a determination that an educator violated Utah Code 76-8502 or another criminal statute using the preponderance of the evidence standard rather than the criminal law standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 2, when considering the suspension or revocation of an educator license, may the board or UPAC expand the plain language of an administrative rule beyond its text. A, specifically R277-215-25A, applies to false information contained in an education-related document. May the board or UPAC interpret or apply this provision to alleged oral statements when no education-related document is at issue. B, specifically R277-21739, requires an educator to report misconduct by another educator under certain circumstances. May the board or UPAC interpret or apply this provision to an educator's alleged failure to report his or her own conduct. That should say misconduct, to his or her own misconduct in a manner that could implicate protections against self-incrimination under the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The motion has been stated. If you need it repeated, then hit the 30-second rewind on YouTube. Do we have a second? A second. There's a second to that. Back to you, Member Carey.
I believe this was discussed at length during executive session. I have no, I will not, I'll waive. Thank you.
Member, we've got your light on, just making sure it's okay. So the motion has been stated. It is in front of us on the screen. Seeing no additional questions, let's go ahead and vote. And do we have Member Brinton online?
Board members online, but one moment, we're trying to condense that into 120 characters.
Oh.
So give us just 1 second.
I just have a question from Vice Chair Bollinger.
If we can just slide down. I don't know who's driving, but if we can slide to, I just want some clarification maybe from the maker of this motion. In this specific piece is that if they report something about another person, that it would implicate themselves, or is it that they are talking about somebody else? Just want some clarification on that.
Thank you, Chair. It's my intent that it read that can the board interpret R277-217-39 to require an individual to report his or her own misconduct, even if that would implicate protections against self-incrimination under the Fifth Amendment? Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Member Lear?
I feel like this is more narrow than what I would like the AGs to respond to. I think, in my opinion, I would not want to that particular, go down to the bottom. I would end that sentence at alleged failure to report his or her own misconduct, period. I think it's up to the, I'd like the AGs to give us, or the AG's office to give us its own characterization of whether this would implicate the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and not be so directed in the, or prescriptive in the question. So I'm going to abstain. Don't think would have support to have that amended, and I don't think at this time anybody has the energy to rewrite this, but I definitely thought it would be a more open-ended statement, and I would prefer that. So with that, I'm going to abstain from the vote. Well, look at you. So maybe I underestimated everyone else's energy. I would like to end that sentence at misconduct, and then I could support this.
Is there a motion to amend?
There is a motion to amend. I might as well try.
So the motion to amend is to end B at
In a manner that could,
after conduct.
After misconduct.
Misconduct.
Report his or her own misconduct.
Okay, let's make sure we get that correct.
So that it's not I feel like that's a leading question to the AGs, and I want to see
Well,
if the AGs would then
We'll get a, is there a second to this motion? Okay.
And I've spoken to it. Thank
okay.
you.
Then next we have member Carey to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, again, I just don't think we get to decide when the Fifth Amendment should apply or it shouldn't apply. You know, whether it's UPAC and LEA or any other government activity, the Fifth Amendment protections arise to protect the individual. The way it's read, it doesn't say that in every instant. What it says is that it could implicate, and if it does, we'd like the opinion on that. And so I don't think leaving it open-ended is fair to the circumstances that we're looking to have addressed, because the Fifth Amendment protections are relevant and possibly implicated. So thank you, Chair.
Member Lear?
I think that that's something the AGs would pick up on if they believe that also. And I would like to leave that to their discretion without leading them down that road and saying we only want that narrow interpretation.
All right, let me restate the motion. The motion to amend is to end B after misconduct. And I believe there's only there's two misconducts, but let's put her own misconduct. There you go. Perfect. Okay, that's the motion before us. Let's go ahead and vote.
I'm sorry, I don't see a working document, so I can't see what we're working on. I just got back on.
Yeah, we weren't sure if you were coming back. I barely came back, and I'm here. So the document.
I've been waiting.
Yeah. Oh my. Good. Thank you. So the document. I'm not sure if it was. Look at those sunglasses. I hope
Well, I'm at a baseball game. Sorry, so I'm multitasking.
I hope your kid is doing well.
Yes, they're beating Stansbury Park. Sorry, Matt.
Frustrating. No, you're not. Okay. Yeah. No, you're not. Sorry. Yes, you are beating it. Okay. Right now we're kind of at a or a 7-4-1 vote, so we don't have 8 in any direction. What was your question? What do you need clarity on?
I just can't see what the vote is and what the amendment is. And so when I logged in, I wasn't sure what you were talking about, and I don't see the document anywhere. So I'm not sure how to vote.
Did you see or hear the main motion?
No.
I'm going to.
I came on as Carol was speaking to it. Sorry.
Sure. So I'm going to, if I can, I'm going to read the main motion to you, Joanne. You're the only person who gets this kind of treatment. So I'm going to read you the main motion, and then I'm going to tell you what the amendment is. And Leanne's on as well? Perfect. Great timing. Okay. So the motion that is before us, this is the main motion, and then I'll tell you the amendment, just so everybody's up to speed. The board requests that the Office of the Attorney General provide a legal memorandum to the board addressing the following questions. 1, the constitutional and legal appropriateness of the board or UPAC making a determination that an educator violated Utah Code 76-8-502 or another criminal statute using the preponderance of the evidence standard rather than the criminal law standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. 2, when considering the suspension or revocation of an, who's driving this thing? Okay, so 2, when considering the suspension or revocation of an educator license, may the board or UPAC expand the plain language of an administrative rule beyond its text. And then this is 2-part. A, specifically, R277-215-2 applies to false information contained in, quote, an education-related document, end quote. May the board or UPAC interpret or apply this provision to alleged oral statements when no, quote, education-related document, unquote, is at issue. And then B, specifically, R277-217-3 requires an educator to report misconduct, quote, by another educator. end quote. Under certain circumstances, may the board or UPAC interpret or apply this provision to an educator's alleged failure to report his or her own misconduct in a manner that could implicate protections against self-incrimination under the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution. That's Member Carey's motion. Member Lear's amendment is for that section B under 2B is to stop at misconduct, so it would read specifically R277-217-3 requires an educator to report misconduct by another educator under certain circumstances. And then may the board or UPAC interpret or apply this provision to an educator's alleged failure to report his or her own misconduct, period. That would be the amendment. That's what we're voting on. Please don't make me read that again.
Thank you so much for reading that again. I appreciate it. I'm a no on the amendment.
Okay, and Vice Chair Wood.
Yes.
And Vice Chair Wood is a yes. Okay. That motion fails. 8 against, 1 abstention, 6-4. The abstention is Member Bogus. Those in favor are Vice Chair Wood, Member Reel, Member Booth, Member Lear, and Member Davis. This brings us back to the underlying motion. I am not going to read it again, so let's go ahead and vote on that one.
Brenton's a yes.
Member Brenton is a yes. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That passes 12 in favor, 3 abstentions. Those abstaining are Member Reel, Member Lear, and Member Bogus. With that, Member Bogus, over to you.
Sir. And just for clarity, my abstention was because I was not present during the discussion. So with that, Chair, I would like to pull case number 26-2279 from the consent calendar. And then I move that the board approve the remainder of the consent calendar.
Motion been stated and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Brenton?
Brenton's a yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yep. Vice Chair Wood?
I'll abstain.
Okay. That motion passes 13 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 no vote. The abstention from Member Wood and the no vote from Member Bogus. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board adopt the consent to discipline dated April 7th and approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-2000.
The motion's been stated and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Brenton?
I'll abstain.
Okay.
So
Vice
Chair,
Wood?
I actually misstated that.
Oh, let's pause. We've got a misstate on the
Can we just
motion.
withdraw the motion?
Yep. Can we? Are we good? It's a misstated motion. Does anybody want to keep it? Okay. No objection. Go ahead.
I move that the board adopt the consent to discipline dated April 7th in case number 25-2000.
Second.
The motion's been stated and seconded. Let's go ahead and, is it correct up here? Member,
Yes.
okay, if it's correct up there, then we'll keep that going. So voting is open. Member Brenton abstained. Vice Chair Wood?
Abstain.
Abstain, okay. And I think I need one more. That passes 11 in, oh, never mind, I still got, it still passes. But okay, 11 in favor, 2 abstentions, 2 no votes. The abstentions coming from Member Wood and Member Brenton, the no votes from Member Lear and Member Reel. Back to you, Member Bogus.
I move that the board adopt the hearing report dated April 7 and approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 23-2021.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Brenton,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Wood,
Abstain.
that passes 13 in favor, 2 abstentions from Member Wood and Member Brenton. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation when case number 23-2192.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Brenton,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Wood,
Abstain.
that passes 13 in favor, 2 abstentions, those coming from Member Wood and Member Brenton. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board adopt the consent to discipline dated 4/28 and approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-2321.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote.
I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on, pause.
Oh, nope, it's correct.
Okay.
Thank
It
you.
is, voting is open. Member Brenton?
Yes.
It's a yes. Member Vice Chair Wood?
Abstain.
Okay. That passes 14 in favor, 1 abstention, that coming from Vice Chair Wood. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board appoint Mr. Chris Anderson and Ms. Maya to the Utah High School Activities Association, or UHSAA, for a new 3-year term.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. Let's vote. Member Brenton?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
That passes 14 in favor, 1 no vote, that coming from Member Bogus. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board recommend Adam Gerlach, Brad Nelson, and Stephanie Christensen for positions on the Utah State Charter School Board for a 4-year term.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Brenton?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board reappoint David Long and Jennifer Covington to the Utah Education and Telehealth Network, or UETN, board membership as public education representatives for an additional 4-year term.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. Let's vote. Member Brenton?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
That passes 13 in favor, 2 opposed. Those opposed being Member Green and Member Bogus. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board appoint Jeremy Zabrinsky to the Utah Privacy Commission, or UPC, for a 4-year term.
Second.
The motion's been stated and seconded. Let's vote. Member Brenton?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Back to you, Member Bogus.
I'm kind of looking to Ms. Sybil, but I believe that concludes my business. Yeah, thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you. With that, we will move to agenda item 12. This is the board chair's report. Let me just briefly tell you tell you what's been going on. Many of you are aware of this. Ed interim is moving. Our legislators are anxious to get things looked at this year, and so just want to give you a heads up. Maybe some of you have received some calls or some emails. I don't know. honestly, but I know that there's some action or some questions that are being answered or asked. I apologize. It's up to them to decide if they were answered or not, but just want to give you a heads up that we're already looking at next legislative session. I know it goes quickly. We're going to see tomorrow in law and licensing, we're seeing legislative requests for statutory changes. And in finance, we have the legislative funding requests. As a reminder, and we'll go over this in finance as well. As a reminder, we don't want to just throw out finance requests. We want to say, well, where's that money coming from, right? We want to work hard to make sure that we're in line with the legislator when we ask for money, that it's not just the money tree we're pulling from, which I haven't found yet. Just as a reminder, there was a letter from the AG's office. Just keep an eye, if you're not familiar with that, just keep an eye on that. And I think we have done a good practice today in respecting that AG's letter. So I appreciate board members' understanding of what's taking place there. And then as far as events that I have participated in, I'm sure Leanne and Amanda have done a couple of other things, or when I say a couple, many. But there was the bill signing up in Eden. Is that your neck of the woods? Eden? You get Eden, Utah? Man, I drove a long time to get there. You're even further? Oh, okay. Well, it was a beautiful place, by the way. And I tried to hit some Mexican joint that looked fantastic, but it was one of those that was too fancy for lunch. So I had to. But anyway, I'm looking at you still. Forget you, Joe. Eden's a beautiful place. We did a bill signing up there. Governor Cox and a bunch of legislators were up there as well. It was fantastic. The BYU AMC 8 recognition ceremony. Wonderful to see all these kids coming together who love math. As a former math teacher, just a wonderful experience to see all these kids. BYU, they figured it out, man. They're all wearing hats that say BYU mathematics, right? It's like, okay, well, I need some marketing like that, but. They did a great job. That was a fun event to go to. Then Prevent Child Abuse held a great event as well. Amy Winder Newton was there as kind of the star of the show. Did a great job. We know that we've talked about Prevent Child Abuse in here, and it was a good opportunity to see some of the things and ways that they're raising money to help our students. And then finally, you may or may not be aware, we do have a new AAG coming. We're going to meet her tomorrow. Her name is Laura Cooper. And I don't know if you want, Angie, if you want to just save it all for tomorrow, or if we want to give any context. What do we want to do? I gave a little bit away, but. So, yeah, we have a new AAG. Let's hit that microphone, will you?
There you go. We do have a new AAG coming tomorrow. She's not officially onboarded yet, so I just would ask that all questions still be directed to me or my direct supervisors. But her name's Laura Cooper. We're very excited to have her join us. She has 25 plus years of experience as a litigator in civil and criminal cases. She's currently coming from a position where she's a public defender, and she's also have experience advising boards and committees, city council. She has been an elected official for her city council, I believe, as well. So she has a lot of experience in creating and advising on laws and policies and statutes. We're really excited to have her wealth of knowledge. And I want to also thank Vice Chair Wood and Deputy Nui for being a part of our interview committee. They had an opportunity to meet her as well. So we are very excited to have her be here tomorrow. She'll be here right before our USDB board meeting. So just give her a warm welcome. She'll be hanging out for a little bit, and then she'll be officially started on May 18th. So.
Thank you. And that concludes my chair's report. Let's go to agenda item 13. This is board member comments. And Cole has already said he's going to queue up the documentary for us. Right. So buckle up, everybody. Yeah. Member Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, no, we're going to watch that whole thing now. No, there's been a lot of talk about the AGs and the AG's office. So I want to tell this story. I teach financial literacy, and there is a question on our state test in financial literacy that asks the attorney, what does the attorney general recommend concerning identity theft. And I said to my students, we've got a new attorney general, so I don't know if the answer is going to be the same. And so I sent a message to the attorney general and asked him what's the best way to prevent identity theft. And he replied personally to my students, and I thought that was pretty cool. So it was kind of cool for the attorney general, Derek Brown, to personally respond to my students about that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Member Real.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. I just wanted to note that Member Lear and I were, I've been following along with the statewide removal of any books, and I have been looking at each one as they're removed and thinking critically about, why is this removed? Is this an important piece to have our students have access to? And when Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye came through, it was one that really threw me off, and I wanted to use our power and code to look to review this book to have it unremoved statewide. And there's a few reasons why I found this book as something that was important to have in our libraries for students to have access to. Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye, it talks about racism and beauty standards. It gives voice to experiences often left out of literature. It builds empathy and emotional understanding. It encourages difficult but important conversations. And I mean, Toni Morrison has won the Nobel Prize in Literature, a Pulitzer Prize for Fiction, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and the National Humanities Medal. And so in our attempts, Member Lear and I looked for a third board member to follow process to try and have a re-examination of Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye, and we were unsuccessful. But I just wanted to publicly state that we did try to work to have that re-reviewed, because we thought that such a literary, just a prize in literature that really examines sometimes hard and difficult topics like racism and beauty standards, I think is really important for our students to have access to. I understand they can get it in a million places, but it's sort of on principle for me and Member Lear. So I just wanted to say that we wanted to make sure we followed the process, couldn't find a third person, and so here we are.
Thank you, Member Real. Member Lear.
I met this week with UHSAA as a member of the Board of Trustees, and specifically asked them if there's anything they'd like to communicate further to the board. And one of the things that they expressed, the Board of Trustees generally, was that they appreciated working with the board. They appreciated the collaborative effort. They very much support and would like to continue that. And the second thing is they did express some concern about R277322. That as that rule is considered by the board, that the board acknowledged that there are many coaches in differing levels of participation with students, and they wanted to make sure that it would be appropriate for all of those different kinds of employees. They were very general about that, but they just expressed the interest in perhaps being involved in a bigger discussion, but also especially that there are various kinds of employees' roles in coaching be considered.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give a shout out to, I guess for about 2.5 years now, we've been meeting regularly with the Weber and Morgan County Health Department. What started as a focus really on the SHARP survey and how we can improve that has grown into really looking at addressing a lot of the health issues in our communities and schools. And I just wanted to thank Board Member Wood, Board Member Lear, Board Member Hall, and Board Member Longacre, well outside of their districts. I know there's travel time involved, but they have been willing to make the trip and engaged, and received a lot of positive feedback from the health departments as well as the state officials who come, that it's been very productive. So I just wanted to recognize them and thank them.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. I just wanted to report I had the opportunity to sit in on the
earth science and physics and biology reviews of the written clusters for our RISE test. And I was actually amazed. So having been a parent who sat on the RISE review committee, we were kind of the last leg of getting a question approved. And we'd sit there and we'd say, this one doesn't align to the standards, or we don't really like this question, or this question has this. And then sitting there in that room with 9 educators who nitpicked over these questions as to how do we teach that in our classes? How is that standard replicated throughout the state? They went into so much detail. I was almost embarrassed to think about we as parents who sometimes sit back and have not been in a classroom teaching that, and how we nitpick at things to see the detail that our teachers are going in to make sure that these questions are understandable for our students, that they're learning the material in their classrooms to be able to answer these questions. So it was just a really great experience that I would recommend board members take advantage of in the future when we're invited.
Thank you. Member Earl.
Quick. And I did get to attend the AMC 8, which is the mathematics competition. It's middle school kids. I don't know if you're aware of that. And it actually is very entertaining. They put you've got and actually the professors are entertaining, but they put a problem up there and the kids go to start to divide it. And he says, well, what would that equal? I love this. This is middle school. 67. The whole room breaks out laughing, right? 6, 7, 6, 7. So it was an enjoyable night, and it is so fun to see young kids. They weren't just 7th and 8th graders. Some of these kids were in 5th grade, some of them were in 6th grade, right? They were young kids that were just passionate about excelling in math education and just math itself. And so it was just a really fun night. I'm glad they invite us to that. And then there's just been a couple of, I'm grateful for my district for being able to attend a number of events that they've had with retirements and other things. They honored Dan Johnson up in Logan School District, an honoree last night, which was just really an incredible event to go to. So lots of good stuff going around the state right now, and plenty of work to continue to work on. But anyways, that's.
Thank you. Let's move on to everybody's favorite agenda item, adjournment. I'd seek one final motion. Move to adjourn. Seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you.